Andrew Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yes, we are John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. It is Wednesday, April 15th. It is play-in day, John Kincade. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
John's disappointed in me today.
Good morning, Connor Thomas.
What's up? You guys are, well, John, I don't know if you're disappointed in me. I know John's disappointed.
I'm never disappointed in you. You are as dependable a partner as anyone could ever have in any line of work.
Gosh darn right I
But
am.
today when I saw you as I walked in that door, I'm disappointed in you. You are somebody who has given me a greater appreciation for the Sixers. The Sixers are my four. Of the four major sports team in town, we always talk about this.
Yep.
The Sixers are my four. But you have made them so much more relevant in my airspace since we've started to work together.
Because I love them.
You do. You've made them so much more relevant to me. And today, they have a chance to play themselves into a series with the Boston Celtics. And I got to tell you, you aren't matching Connor Thomas and my energy. And I'm telling you, Connor, I'm laying the law down as the elder statesman here. It's not going to be tolerated. It's not going to be tolerated. This is you're the Sixers guy.
Yeah.
You're the guy who inspires me about the Sixers. You get me excited for Sixers storylines when I'm honestly not as excited.
Well, my question is, what do you want me to do?
I want you
Fake
to
it?
Yes. No. You don't have to fake it.
Let's go Sixers!
No, I'm actually excited to watch tonight's game.
Yeah, I'm ready to watch 7:30 tonight. I'll be there. 7:30 tonight. In case you're wondering, I'm wearing a Temple shirt. I'm not wearing Sixers gear today. It's not really out of protest. It's just out of
You didn't think of it today.
yeah.
And that to me is the crazy part, is that you're the guy who inspires more Sixers love than anyone I've ever worked with.
Yeah, but I can't get up for this. Like, this isn't all right. Like, the other day, I put on the Flyers pregame show. Puck drop was at 7 o'clock. I put the TV on at 6:30.
And you never do that.
I never do that because I'm always with Coop and all this kind of stuff. And look, I'll put it on right at 7 because I get the alert. Game started. Oh, okay, I got to put the game on. But I put the TV on 30 minutes before the game. Tonight's 7:29. The TV will go on at 7:29, and I will watch tonight's game like it's any other game because, unfortunately, this is not what this has been all about. Unfortunately, however, we're getting way too used to this. Playing games, disappointing ends to seasons, and I know everybody's been feeling this. I'm not alone. You guys have all been feeling it. But this is not a night where, like, look, I'm watching. Don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not going to be doing something. I'm not watching Paw Patrol with Coop. Like, I'm in tonight. But if they win today, like you're saying, man, you could set up a series with the Celtics. Wow, that great.
Hang on now. Slow down for a second. I get it. I get all the reservations with this team. I get being tired with the Sixers. I understand no Joel Embiid and the issues with this team. The chances of you beating the Boston Celtics are low.
They're not going to win without Joel Embiid.
But you're telling me that you showed up day in and day out for the process
Correct.
days, and you were able to get geared up for that team, and you have a chance. You have a chance to win one play-in game to set up a series with the arch rival basketball team of your favorite basketball team.
That will spank you.
We don't know that.
You were a cosplayer for an organization that lost on purpose and embarrassed the entire city.
Because it was supposed to set up joy.
It was stupid.
And there were joyful moments, and then the most horrific ways to create pain ever in sports with the Kawhi shot and the Hawks series and the Celtics final 2 games, where they disappear with the last 5 minutes in Game 6 and then don't even show up in Game 7. And so, I felt the pain just as much as everybody else.
So it killed you, though. You've bled out. The body, you sound like the body has bled out.
No, what bled out was the unfortunate, once again, out of nowhere something for Joel Embiid. There's an appendix issue, and he's not going to be around. And this team, I say it all the time. Everybody that wants to trade Joel Embiid, I can't argue that conversation anymore, right? Like, I've been there for like 3 years where I can't argue it. Joel Embiid, if he's on this team, they're better. When he's not on this team, they're not as good. And sure, they can beat the Magic tonight. I expect them to beat the Magic tonight. But then for what? Like, you're saying we don't know that, Connor. Yes, we do. We know that they're losing to the Boston Celtics.
It's very probable, but I got to tell you something to you and everybody else who's out there who's like, I'm tired of the Sixers. Okay, we're in stuff now. I know it's not where we want to be. I know it's not ideal. I know they don't really have a chance to win the NBA Finals. But for tonight, and however long this playoff run goes, get over it. Be a good fan. And go out there and support your damn.
So I'm a bad fan now.
Yeah,
the way you're talking today, I'm not normally on the hey bad fan thing. You got to get over it. When they lose to the Celtics,
I bet you there are more people that feel the way I do today.
I bet there are, and I'm going to tell them to get over it.
And
too.
I'm going to say get over it too, because here's the difference. If you were one of the jabronis that sat there and cheered for a stupid process,
Hell yeah, man.
a stupid ass. Oh, let's lose on purpose because we're so smart. This is so creative. This is so innovative. They did not lose. They did not. They lost for 2 years. They lost for 2 years. There's a completely different situation.
Quicker.
And the Sixers are buffoons. And you cheered for that. And you won't say to yourself, hey, I can get into seeing Edgecombe's first opportunity in the postseason.
Yeah, I'm excited for him.
I can see what Maxey and Edgecombe could potentially be in a series and see what kind of grit they've got in this. I can see whether I want to keep Nick Nurse or not. I can see there's so many things that I'm looking at it as I want to see it as a referendum.
Yeah, no, I've told you, there will be takeaways. Like, don't get me wrong. I'll watch, whether it's 4 or 7 games or anywhere in between with the Boston Celtics. I'll watch. And I will have takeaways. I will say, wow, that's a good sign. That's not so good sign. Hey, remember that issue that they've had like every single season with backup bigs? They should probably get that fixed eventually. I'll have takeaways. But, like, I can't fake it, guys. Like, I can't go into tonight and acting like tonight's some major game.
But you faked it putting on costumes for a loser franchise for years.
I didn't put on a costume.
You were one of the cosplayers.
I brought a fat head. That was my thing.
That was what you did?
Yeah, we did that at the Temple
But you hung with
Center.
you hung with the cosplayers.
Oh yeah, I did, man.
You hung with Sheldon Cooper and the rest of the gang down there at the you were absolutely a party to one of the most embarrassing things that any part of the fan base has ever done in this city. And you're now going to tell me, look, I need you to just at least, you know what I need you to do? I need you to fake it for me. I need you to fake it for me. Because if you're not into it, I feed off your energy with the Sixers. You've made me a better Sixers fan.
Well, I'm glad that I've been able to do that for you.
And because you inspire me more, and the thing is, we spar in the morning. We go back and forth. I have to match your energy. You've made me a better Sixers fan. So I need you to at least
get excited.
I need you to at least fake it.
Here you go.
No, I don't want to play the song.
Excited.
I didn't
Are
like
you kidding me?
There you go.
Buries a timely deuce.
You guys happy?
Well, I don't want the whole play the song nonsense, but I do like the other things.
Dude, look.
I'm all for
Let's go Sixers. I think they beat the Magic tonight. All right? And then we're talking about a series with the Boston Celtics. And the one thing that I'm excited for, the one thing that I'm excited for is the week. The Sixers-Flyers week, right? Flyers end their season last night with another W. 2 more points for the Flyers. I'll go into that week excited for the every other night, hopefully, right? There might be some conflict. Some days there might be 2 of the same. But they're pretty good, especially the Philadelphia market, with making sure that they're not playing at the same time. I'm excited for the week, the reaction and the lead-up to each individual team, both the Sixers and the Flyers. You throw in the Phillies there as well because they have 2 big series with the Cubs and Braves. I'm excited for a rivalry week, right? Phillies, Braves, Sixers, Celtics, Flyers, Penguins, bring it on. But I'm not going to sit here and fake it as if like this is going to be the beginning of some beautiful journey for the Sixers.
None of us, but I look, I'm just being honest with you. Connor and I did not in any way tell you to do any of that. We don't want you to do that. We don't want you to be fake fan, but we want you to find that. That to me is good enough. What you just did is good enough. There are things that you can take out of this that can still bring you some level of joy. I got to tell you, VJ Edgecombe to me has been enough to say this year has been a big sort of a pile of steaming stuff, but I'm so intrigued.
Yeah, and look, tonight, there's already some bad blood between these 2 teams.
Absolutely.
So I'm excited for that. Like, there's going to be probably some theater in this. And, yesterday was a lot of fun with the Hornets and Heat game. But, like, we're talking about the 9-10 matchup. You know what I mean? Like,
I got you.
I'm talking about theater for, honestly, teams that shouldn't be in the playoffs. because the whole play-in tournament is stupid. The fact it should just be
I
the top
agree
8
with
seeds. I don't know why we're doing this, but like look, sure, Desmond Bain, he's an a-hole. You know what I mean? Like there's going to be back and forth between Bain and Kelly Oubre. I'm telling you right now, there will be a Kelly Oubre, Desmond Bain something today. Lock it in. And so sure, there's going to be theater, but I'm talking about theater for a 7-8 matchup.
They say Desmond Bain may have been driving the truck that hit Kelly Oubre on the bike. There's an investigation into
I
it.
bring up Kelly Oubre ever on the show without that being brought up.
I mean, I'm wondering because it's the investigation that went nowhere.
4 years ago.
There were no cameras anywhere. It's amazing. Desmond Bain might have done that.
But how you're acting right now is like you go to your favorite restaurant and they're out of your favorite dish. And what you do then is you just say, okay, I'm going to bed hungry tonight because it's not what I planned.
No, I would order another beer.
Exactly. So guess what?
Would.
Wake up today and order another damn beer.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be your favorite beer. It
you
doesn't have to be world-changing beer. It just order a damn beer.
You sound
Order at
defeated. You
7:30.
sound defeated.
Yes! I let myself get hurt again. I literally tweeted it out the night of the Bulls game when we were there for knockout, and Bede's back, Paul George is back, and I literally tweeted out chapter 19 of me being ready to get hurt again.
And you know why?
And I've been hurt again.
Because for years you suckered yourself into all the other stuff that whole cosplaying routine did to you. That's why
Man.
you're more. It created scars that I don't know can be healed. But we have so many doctors in our audience that we know of. We have so many doctors. We have so many nurses. So many teachers. Maybe somebody can cure Andrew of this.
All right, so here's the deal. Are you up for tonight? All right, 610-632-0975. You up for tonight? You up for what hopefully is a more than a 2-week-long postseason for the Sixers, right? Like,
Or just give me an entertaining 2 weeks.
Are you ready to go tonight? Are you excited for tonight? Now, here's the deal. We have a pair of tickets for tonight's game.
Love it.
We need to introduce that early because it's tonight. The game's at 7:30. You need to make plans. You need to figure out if you're going to be able to go.
Get a babysitter. if you need
Babysitter,
one.
right?
Yeah.
Like all that kind of stuff. So we're going to get this ball rolling now. It's got to be somebody that's not me that's going to the game. It's got to be somebody that has more energy like John, more energy like Connor. Like if somebody wants to go to the game tonight, we have one pair of tickets to give away thanks to our friends over at the Sixers. You're going to have to show that you're going to bring that energy as if today's Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals or Game 7 of the NBA Finals, even though it's Sixers Magic play-in game.
How about if somebody could potentially, Connor, what do you think of this? What if somebody could make a case that they could come up with a case or something that could move Andrew?
I would take that too.
How about
I'm in on that.
Okay, good. They could make a case
Because if they're fired up, that means they'll try to fire up everybody
and
else.
it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be screaming, yelling. It can be logic because Andrew can be very logical here. It just is. I really hope we can move you because I do think you're an objective guy and you can be moved and
As
hopefully.
soon as the
you can be
Sixers
moved.
win tonight, I'm coming in shirtless, face paint. Let's go.
Yes. There we go. I'm just hoping this is. I got asked last night because I have a friend of mine who's very similar to you, very not into the whole idea of this series and doesn't want to play Boston. He's like, oh, so now all of a sudden you want to play Boston. So now he's doing that with me. And I'm like, it's not that I want to play Boston. It's that I'm not going to be they could be last year being out of the whole mix sucked. It sucked. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I have this week to talk about. So it's better for me. I told you I'm a selfish whore. I want to talk about Sixers postseason basketball, so I'm rooting for something good to happen. So I said no. I said, but he goes, would you go over 1.5 right now on Sixers postseason wins? And I said, are you talking about play-in game and whatever? I said, yes. And he goes, oh, if they got to a series. I said, I don't know how I'd bet. I don't know if I'd say a 5-game series, a 6-game series. I don't know. I'll look at the series and see who they're playing. But it's that I'm just glad. I remember last spring. Last spring sucked.
Oh, yeah.
Last spring sucked.
No, last spring didn't exist.
This is better. And I just, I said, that's how I'm feeling today.
All right, so we have the pair of tickets for
There
the
we go.
Sixers. Try to sway me.
I'm sure somebody can sway you, though,
But
at least with some angle that maybe I haven't thought of or
Sure.
Connor hasn't thought of.
But I also need them to be like, if I'm there, I'm talking about the winner, they're going to bring the damn noise, like from tip-off until
sure.
the end. Pair of Sixers tickets for tonight's game at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Playoff tickets are available now at Sixers.com. 610-632-0975 is the text line. It's the old-fashioned call-in line. It's also the voice memo. You can leave a voice memo. There were some strong voice memos yesterday on Middays with Marks with the Flyers fans fired up yesterday, which was great. Yesterday was a damn party.
Love it.
Flyers going to the playoffs for the first time in 6 years. Phillies were in action yesterday. Not so fun. The previous game was fun. And as the old saying goes, don't score too many runs because you're not going to score enough runs the next game. They lost 10-4 to the Cubbies. You know what my number one takeaway is? It's a shame that Aaron Nola is just who he is at this point. He didn't pitch horribly yesterday.
He didn't pitch that great, but he was.
But he is who he is now. 5 innings, 8 hits, 3 earned runs. Doesn't even get the quality start tag.
Yeah.
It's just he is who he is, and you'll take that start out of your 4th or 5th start. Like if I did not put the name Aaron Nola,
But you can't.
I know. But if I just said, hey, your 4th or 5th starter in the rotation,
Well, if he's the 5th starter, you're okay.
3 earned runs. You're going, all right, sign me up. But then when I tell you that it's Aaron Nola and he's making, $27 million a year,
Correct.
it just sucks.
Another horrible Dave Dombrowski decision. Old, double down on old. I'm telling you, Dave Dombrowski. I'm surprised they don't wear a place for mom as the patch on their jerseys.
No home runs allowed yesterday.
Even though I think the one was. I think that was a home run, by the way.
Nah, it was top of the fence.
I think it was a home run.
Yeah, well,
I think it hit above the Asplund. By the way, very hard word to say.
Yes.
I think it hit above the Asplund sign. So I think that's a home run. But, hey, it went.
Yeah.
So it's not like they didn't get enough runs last night.
No,
that was terrible.
Look, the Phillies scoring 4 runs again. The top of the order was dead. Yes, they've been hitting the ball well, but the top of the order was dead yesterday.
Our next door neighbor, Shane McLaughlin, getting ready to graduate from Westchester, texts me from the stadium, and he goes, look, I'm trying to place a bet. What should I do? And I said, bet the over on the runs for the game, which was 10.5.
Was it really?
It's 10.5. I said, it's like 90 degrees. I was on the Schuylkill. It's like 90 degrees coming back from Temple. I went, bet the over, and thank God that worked out. And then I said, bet Schwarber over 2 bases.
Okay.
Said Schwarber 2 bases. But I also said to take the over on the strikeouts for Nola, which was 5.5.
So did that not happen?
It did. They ended up with 5.
All right. Well, right on the number.
That sucks.
So a bit of an alarming,
Sorry, Shane.
An alarming stat early.
Yes.
Very early. It's April 15th. I'm not panicking.
Okay.
But it's kind of something we've talked about like ad nauseum for like 3 years now. John Foley put this out there yesterday. Does great content.
Really does do good
work. Check
work.
him out on Twitter at 2008 Phils with a Z at the end. The Phillies OPS, that's now the stat that everybody looks at. They don't look at batting average or on base anymore. It's OPS because it's the combination of everything.
Sure.
Phillies OPS versus right-handed pitching is 8th in baseball, 759. And you're not surprised. Right-handed pitching, that means Kyle Schwarber is a lefty. Bryce Harper, lefty.
Yes.
They're gonna hit the ball pretty well. Brandon Marsh is, kudos to him, has been having a great start to the season. The lefties are hitting the righties very well. What if we talked about this team missing forever?
Right-handed pop.
Yeah, right-handed pop.
Yep.
The Phillies against left-handed pitching, which means your platoon. That means Otto Kemp is out there. You're hoping Adalis Garcia becomes something. Edmundo, who goes yard yesterday. Versus left-handed pitching, the Phillies' OPS is 538, which is good for 27th in Major League Baseball. And this is one of those issues that will continue to be there. You'll face more right-handed pitching than left over the course of the season. The Phillies' bats will come to life. That number will go up at some point. They'll probably finish in the teens. But this is one of those problems that just goes back to what we've been saying for 3 years now. The bats just go dead against left-handed pitching.
In other words, Dave Dombrowski has watched his team play, which we have, and he continues to look at it every year and go, nah, we're good. We're good. And you know what I want to do? I want to double down by just keep re-signing guys, too, because we're going to keep things the same because this year is the year it's going to be different. It's going to be different this time around. This is the year it's going to change. As each of these guys gets older, things are going to get better, which is completely contrary to baseball fact. And this is what they do. This is what they've done. That's why it's completely disheartening to watch how his plan has come to fruition and his thought process, how it's come to fruition.
Yeah. Look, they're 8-9. There's a lot of 500 clubs out there.
There's no reason that anybody should be concerned as far as standings.
Right.
Because this is baseball. And again, they were 14-12 last year. in April.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I'm not.
Like it's not. There's nothing, and you're not sounding the alarm. You're not like. I mean, it's they were 14-12 last April.
It's just very same old, same old. And so far, same old has been very good regular seasons, getting to the playoffs, and then the same things have popped up.
And they expect that things are going to be different. They, for some reason, believe, yeah, you know what? But this is the year. This is the one. This is the time it's going to be different. They have no clue. It explains to me. That's why I've told you. I had a baseball person say to me, they're concerned when Preston Mattingly takes over this franchise. They're worried about, they're like, man, because Preston Mattingly has got a very different vision of baseball.
Yeah.
They're like, man, I'm not looking forward to when Preston Mattingly takes over. I think they're pretty happy that Dave
Right away,
Dombrowski's
Christopher
there.
Sanchez got deferred money in his contract extension. That was
incredible?
like the very first sighted change. Shout out to Edmundo, by the way. 2 for 4.
Good call by Rob Thompson.
That home run
That was a beastly shot.
went into Ashburn Alley. Like, that dude's got pop. I still don't know how that ball in Houston didn't go out. Not to bring up bad memories. I still don't know how in 2022, that World Series, his home run, that ball did not go out.
Stupid stadium.
It just died. All right, coming up next, we'll hear from you. Sixers, are you in? Let us know. Are you fired up? Do you have that energy tonight? Sorry that I don't. 610-632-0975. But also, Howie Roseman spoke with members of the media yesterday, and he was very, very prepared and ready to answer the question about the Jalen Hurts article that dropped a few weeks ago. That, and he had some fun on the A.J. Brown discussion. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers looking to play their way in. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers get their first shot at making the playoffs tonight as they get set to take on the Magic in the 7-8 play-in game. Tip-off is at 7:30 p.m. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. If the Sixers win, it'll be a matchup with the Boston Celtics in the first round, with the Hornets taking out the Heat in overtime last night in the 9-10 game. A loss for the Sixers would mean a win-or-go-home Friday against Charlotte. Let's hope we don't get there. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday to preview the NFL draft. But, of course, they were asked again about the future of A.J. Brown. Here's what Howie had to say.
What do you think the odds are that I'm answering this question any different than I answered anywhere else? Like, really? Like, do you think that's like 50%? Do you think that's 75%?
I don't like our Eagle chat. Just need to ask.
A.J. Brown's an Eagle.
So that's about as plain as you could put it. We'll continue to react to that because he had some great stuff on the draft as well. Flyers finished their regular season with a 4-2 win over the Canadiens last night. Now it's time to gear up for Pittsburgh in the playoffs. And the Phillies lost to the Cubs 10-4 last night. Bullpen allowed 6 earned runs. A rough night for the relievers. Game 3 tonight at 6:40. Jesus Luzardo versus Shota Imanaga on the pitching matchup line. Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 8:05. Tony Jones, 9:05 to get you geared up for Sixers basketball. This update is brought to you by Comer and Cross. Upgrade your garage in one day with Comer and Cross. Take 50% off installation now. Call 1-800-NEW4 or go to comercross.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Silvana. faces, check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
This hour of Kincade and Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
All right, we'll play some clips from Howie Roseman yesterday. He spoke with the media yesterday.
Caused quite a stir with some people.
Oh, yeah, as expected.
Anytime he speaks.
But I got a text out of the blue, 6:08 this morning.
Okay.
But as you know, when I do the show, my phone is flipped upside down.
That is the truth. That is the way, yes.
I don't see it till the break.
Right.
And it is from my fellow cosplayer.
Oh, it's one of your cosplay dudes.
It was my roommate at Temple, Joey. Love you.
Hi, Joey.
Joey and we did the Fatheads with our Temple Diamond Dollars. That's how we paid for the Fatheads because we didn't have that kind of coin. So we did the Diamond Dollars and we printed out the Fatheads.
Did you do the Fatheads in the Student Activity Center place? You printed them off?
And then we brought them on the Broad Street
They closed
line.
that place, by the way.
I know they did. And then the Sixers actually would keep them for us so that we didn't have to keep going back and forth. Yeah, it was awesome.
Really?
Man.
That's great.
Yeah, it was awesome. And we got free tickets, which is cool, too. As a fellow cosplayer, I'm with you on this one.
Oh, jeez. So the two of you were in on this. What else did he have to say, Joey?
He
but
said,
the two of you were in on
I'd
this.
be back if Embiid comes back like game 3 of round 1. And, of course, with the caveat, as long as they're not down 2-0 in the series.
See, you guys were all in on the biggest black eye of this city's sports fan base ever. And you are not in tonight. That embarrasses me for the two of you.
For people to be clear, I am watching. I'm just not.
I know
like,
that.
You're wearing
You're
the Sixers gear today, and I'm not. Clap your hands, everybody. I'm not. I'm not feeling that energy right now.
But I think somebody can potentially for tickets tonight can get you there.
Yes,
and it doesn't have to be a screaming and yelling. It can be a logical argument. It can be something. And I honestly think someone's going to have to come with something of a logical argument to get you there. I think that's what's going to have to get you there. But
yeah, because for one of the first times ever, I am thinking logically.
No, I think you're
no,
because I honestly, that's what I was just about to get at with you. Is I sort of feel like all of a sudden you're now being logical.
Well, no, I'm logical that they're not good without Joel Embiid. And once again, it was I don't know. I'm sitting poolside in Florida, and my dad goes, "Oh my God, Embiid." He had to get his surgery on his appendix. And I'm like, what? He had to do what? And I'm reading every article that I could find. I'm like, all right, that sucks. And the optimism from reporters is that he's back game 3. That's an optimistic view. Now, Joel Embiid, you and I talked about this off the air yesterday, actually with our boss, Scott.
Yes.
Joel Embiid is a guy that will come back for the playoffs early.
Joel Embiid has proven to me, no matter how big a critic of Joel Embiid and a lot of things that I am a supporter of Joel Embiid and a proponent of him in that I have seen him go out there banged up and do his best to make sure that he's out there for his teammates.
Knicks series, both times with the orbital bone.
Right.
I can't believe I have to say both. I can't just say one time. I have to say both times with the orbital bone. Bell's palsy, you name it. Unbelievable. All right. You can chime in, 610-632-0975. Want to know if you're in and if you want to go tonight and you're going to bring the energy. You got to promise that you're going to bring the energy. We have a pair of tickets for tonight's Sixers game against the Magic, 7:30 tip-off. You can listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Howie Roseman spoke to the media yesterday, and a couple of weeks ago, the Jalen Hurts article dropped. And there was a lot in there about Jalen Hurts and some of the issues that were going on, but there was also the positive stuff that for whatever reason, the whole hit piece thing that came out from people, that they believed it was a hit piece by Tim McManus and Jeremy Fowler.
We do not believe it was.
No, and even Jeremy Fowler was on Middays with Marks that day and was like, I don't know why people are tagging me saying this is a hit piece. Did you not read like this whole second half of the article where we talked about how excited he was with Sean Mannion and how for the first time in a long time he's really willing to change and open to change and all this kind of stuff.
Correct.
But for whatever reason, it was considered a hit piece. But I get it. The first half of the article was pretty damning. It was damning of Hurts. It was damning of the organization. It was damning of the where are we at with his contract. because that was a storyline from earlier in the week when Derek Gunn joined us, that they're not close to talking about a contract. By the way, Howie Roseman made no mention of contract yesterday.
And I don't think he has to. When a guy has 2 years left in his contract, he shouldn't even have to discuss that.
Doesn't have to.
I don't know why you would. It sets a terrible precedent that you would talk about it.
But we get it. 2 years means 1 year, and guaranteed money is guaranteed money, and it drops off after this upcoming season. So Howie was asked about the article and some of the things that have been said about Jalen Hurts recently, and it wasn't just Tim McManus's, but that's kind of where this whole talking point came from. But this was Howie yesterday.
I have seen those reports. Bob and our PR staff do a great job of showing us what we need to see. I would say that we have some faults. One of them is not being direct and honest with our players and the conversations with our players. So for us, if we have any issue with any of our players, we talk to them directly. So, from my perspective, from Nick's perspective, from Jeffrey's perspective, we're not hiding behind anything. We will talk to our players directly. And I think that it's unfair. It's unfair to have these articles written, but I understand it's also what sells at this point. So, yeah, I think it's unfortunate.
People did not yesterday too. I think we're having a problem with how he said it. They were saying, see, they have a problem with that. They're not honest with their players. Now, if you hear it, he's saying
We
that
don't
it's
have
not
that
that they
problem.
don't have that
Right,
problem. He used
right.
the double negative, which you shouldn't have, but it's not. They are very honest with their players.
And the people that were angry about the Jalen Hurts article, calling it fake, they heard Howie at the end there say, that's what sells. And so people are going to be like, see, that's all about clicks and all that kind of stuff.
Correct.
Look, I think you wrote it in your email, and I agree with you. A lot of this might be truthful from Howie. Like he may
I think
not.
it's very why would Howie Roseman? We all agree he is considered in NFL circles, and Adam Schefter would tell us this too, that he is considered one of the craftiest general managers out there. Howie Roseman the last thing he would want to do is take an asset like Jalen Hurts and trash it. He's not behind the scenes saying, let me tell you crappy stuff about Jalen Hurts so I can make his value look less.
Right.
That makes no sense.
When it's up for the contract, he's going to get whatever the market value is. And let's say they were going to trade him, they'd want to get the most back for him.
I don't believe for 1 second that Howie Roseman would be behind the scenes trashing Jalen Hurts, or Jeffrey Lurie would, because that doesn't make any sense to their bottom line.
But it might not for others.
It does now for others, like teammates who have an axe to grind, teammates who act like they're at a high school lunch table, and I can think of a few.
Sure.
That don't know how to act.
Notice
don't know how to be grown men.
He said myself, Jeffrey, and Nick. Now,
Correct.
He didn't speak for everyone. So here's where this conversation just gets interesting all the time. And we're going to get into a journalism discussion later on, because there was a resignation
Journalism
yesterday in the world of sports. People will say, all right, so all this stuff was fake.
Yeah.
And it's not. We don't know who it's from.
Not.
And people do the whole, well, I name your sources. Nobody's going to do that.
Somebody doesn't. That tells me, whenever you hear that, it's like you don't understand how journalism works.
Now, Schefter has been on the record saying he does not like it when people, speak anonymously, right? Like, if you have an axe to grind, man up, for lack of a better term, right? Like, man up and say something. Schefter's got anonymous sources before, too.
And Schefter has worked with anonymous sources many times in his career.
Right.
Like, come on.
So,
like, let's be honest.
Look, good for Howie. He did what he was supposed to do. That was a great answer by Howie Roseman. Like, I celebrate the answer by Howie Roseman yesterday. It's just a lot of the reaction of, all right, so it's all fake. It may not be. Now, the other funny thing that took place yesterday, Howie Roseman's there. Well, why are you even asking him? You have to, right? It's
because
one
you
of
have
those,
to ask him.
You got to ask him.
You
So
have
somebody drew the short straw. Was it John McMullen? I couldn't tell who it was. Somebody drew the short straw and had to do the obligatory A.J. Brown question. Here was the question and answer with Howie Roseman about A.J. Brown yesterday.
You mentioned the depth at wide receiver, after trading for Wicks and signing Hollywood and also Elijah Moore. What does that mean for A.J. Brown? Like, do you feel like if he is traded, you have depth there at wide receiver? Like, how
I
does
think the
that?
odds are that I'm answering this question any different than I answered anywhere else. Like, really? Like, do you think that's like 50%? Do you think that's 75%?
I felt like I needed to ask.
AJ Brown's an Eagle.
That was Martin Frank. Thank you.
I think
Tony.
Martin Frank, congratulations, Martin, for asking the question.
Right.
It had to be asked.
It had to be asked.
It had to be asked.
And it was a different spin.
It was that was very crafty.
It was. And Howie said, I'm going to hit that hanging curveball out of here.
Put Howie in the cleanup spot.
Yeah,
Is he a righty?
Howie's like, yeah, dude, I'm not answering that question. I love the way he fired back.
I think Howie answered that like a gangster.
Yeah,
That was fantastic.
it was a
I'm not giving you the answer you want, but I'll play with you.
yeah.
I'll play with you.
Look, the real press conferences take place next week after the draft. Tomorrow, we're 1 week away from the NFL draft. I feel like that was a more lighthearted press conference. Like Howie was in a good mood yesterday.
Yes.
But that was a great answer on Jalen, and it was a good answer in terms of humor on AJ Brown.
I can't wait to see Mike Vrabel's.
No, he's not speaking.
Oh, well, wait a minute. Like every other coach is.
It's cowardly.
That's interesting.
It's very cowardly.
Yeah, I'm interested
Of
to see
Mike
him.
Vrabel.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me.
At least Diana Rossini put out a statement.
Yeah,
It's cowardly of Mike Vrabel.
yeah, interesting.
I wouldn't say that to his face, though. 'Cause he'd kick my
Interesting.
ass.
He'd kick us.
All right, coming up next, we'll check the Davis Honda text line for the first time this morning on this Sixers play-in Wednesday. Also an Adam Schefter Wednesday. He joins us coming up at 8:05. But also, 2 more points. We celebrate the end of the regular season for the Flyers next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Going to tell you that if something isn't feeling right, guys, get to the doctor. And if you get to the doctor and then you realize that something's still not feeling right and a cancer diagnosis comes into your family, check out the consultants in medical oncology and hematology. They are the best. Dr. John Sprandio Jr. was the quarterback of my cancer care. He saved my life. But he had a great team working with him, and they got me in for a quick consultation. I got clear communication, and I got my own individualized plan, including a plan that another major healthcare system here in town told me that they didn't think was going to work for me. Well, thankfully, I listened to Dr. Sprandio, and thankfully, that plan of action that his team had for me saved my life. They've got 3 great locations across the region, and their mainline cancer center in Newtown Square is just one of the best ones. I go to it. You'll find free parking, easy access at all their locations with no elevators or garages to deal with. You can get dropped off at the front door, walk right in. It's easy to navigate. And when you're doing chemotherapy, radiation, things like that, I promise you that matters. Look, they work with hospitals across the tri-state area, and since they're an independent practice, they're not tied to one healthcare system. Get all your systems under control. Get all of your appointments scheduled for you. Get the consultants in medical oncology and hematology on your side. Get your first step towards peace of mind. These people are the best. Visit CMOH.org and tell them that John Kincade sent you.
the Fanatic app.
It is 6:48 on this Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter joins us at 8:05. It is play-in day. 7:30 tonight, Sixers Magic. Listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You win and you advance and you take on the Boston Celtics. You lose, you're playing Friday night, and then you hopefully win that game. And if you win that game, then you're playing the Detroit Pistons in round one as the eighth.
And what it appears to be is that Saturday would be Flyers, if you believe Pat McAfee's show.
Yes.
Saturday would be the Flyers opener. Sixers will play Sunday. So the Sixers are going to play Sunday. It's just a matter of whether they play afternoon, Boston, or whether they play early evening, Detroit. That's what it looks like on your schedule. Little viewing.
And there you go.
There's some fun stuff there.
Flyers. Speaking of the Flyers and their hopeful Saturday afternoon puck drop, which would be just
great,
freaking amazing.
Or it could be evening because it honestly is the most attractive first round matchup.
Sure. You were mentioning the Phillies thing the other day. Maybe that has something to do with it.
Maybe the fact that there's network TV, Phillies.
Yeah,
too.
nationally televised game.
I'd love the afternoon. That would be great.
I would love it.
That'd be great.
I'll find a bar in Charleston. Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Yeah, you can do that.
Flyers beat Montreal yesterday, 4-2. Hit me with the horn. Come on. Flyers win. Close out the season. 43-27-12, Johnny. Of course, it did not have anything to do with playoff seeding. They're playing the Pittsburgh Penguins, but the Flyers get 4 goals. Michkov, Porter Martone, 9 points, 9 games. How about Alex Bump and Oliver Bonk? We had the Bump and Bonk.
Ollie. So just give it the Ollie Bonk. And it's fantastic to see the kids get to come up. And by the way, Montreal, you're playing Montreal. Like you weren't playing like Montreal's AAA.
Right.
You're playing Montreal. That was not bad. I mean, that's a team that's better than you.
Yeah.
Now they didn't have a lot to play for, but still, it was awesome.
It probably went through the motions.
Fun to see. It's fun to see.
Flyers
it was good.
Flyers get 2 more points.
Did you see our man Boucher last night?
I saw your tweet right away.
Brian Boucher went and bought an orange tie.
That's good.
We shamed him into it.
Well,
a little bit.
Deservedly so.
He went and got an orange tie for the event, which is great. It looked fantastic.
Think about where we came from, man. Flyers finished the season with 98 points, 2 points shy of 100.
That's so awesome.
98 points. Just a couple of years ago, you were in the 60s.
And, I mean, it's great. It's great. It's exciting. It's fun. We're in a good place. And now we go back and we say, all right, now, this is the starting point. Again, nobody is spiking the football and saying rebuild complete, this is the launching off point.
Yeah.
Now this is where you're going to go and take it to the next level. Now it looks like Jack Nesbitt, last year's draft pick, is going to go from he's going to go and play in a year ago. He's going to now play at Michigan next year.
Okay.
So he's going to do the Porter Martone thing like P went to Michigan State. Mm-hmm. He's going to go play at Michigan next year. So we'll have a centerman who's coming later. He'll play a year at Michigan, and then next spring he'll look to do like this 7-8 games at the end of the year thing.
Sure.
To be available. Another guy in the pipeline coming here. So the talent is on its way. The excitement's on its way.
The excitement's
it's good.
Big. So yesterday, Coop had T-ball. We got back from T-ball practice. Or no, it was first game ever. Big day yesterday. We get back, and you may have heard the name Tooch mentioned on this station over the years because that was Anthony's childhood best friend, and he just so happens to be my next door neighbor. Just so weird how
that is really crazy.
How that all worked out. I move in while I'm working with Anthony next door to his childhood best friend. Just wild. And we're talking Flyers in the driveway.
That's excellent.
That's awesome, right? And not Flyers they stink. No, dude, last night was awesome. What are you doing for the game this weekend? When's the last time you heard a winner? What are you doing for the game for the Flyers? Other than this year.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a long time.
Well, talking with neighbors about it has been it's a non-factor.
Yeah.
It's a non-factor. You don't have it.
You do the Wawa test. What are people wearing in the Wawa? The fact that I'm talking with my neighbors about the Flyers and asking what they're doing for the game? Dude, that's awesome.
It's fantastic.
It's a damn party. All right, what do we have on the Davis on the text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. Then we'll check the poll of the day. Sixers play in tonight. all right, let's go. You guys are all fired up. All right, I'll be there 7:30 tonight. Can't wait. We have a pair of tickets to give away, and if you want to go, you got to prove that you're going to bring it tonight because people like me will not win the tickets. People like me that are kind of taking this as another day. Like, I need somebody that's going to be fired up from tip-off until the final buzzer tonight to support the Sixers in this play-in game against the Magic. So best text, best voice memo, whatever it is, you try your best. 610-632-0975. What do we got?
Ryan from Northeast Philly will lead us off and says, frustrating part is that the 8th seed is by far the better seed for the Sixers. I firmly believe as an 8th seed, they would have a chance to make the Eastern Conference Finals against Detroit and Cleveland as opposed to playing Boston and New York. But as a dedicated fan, it's hard to root for them to lose a game that can secure them a playoff spot. Just got to get excited and be hyped for VJ, Maxey, and PG to do their thing.
I like it.
I love that person. They mentioned Eastern Conference Finals in that text.
That's exactly.
If they get the 8th seed, what were the exact words?
I like their path better. I could see them going to it.
I could see them going. Like,
I like their path better.
God bless you.
I like their path better.
Yeah, but we're not screwing around with losing.
Now, I'm not talking about a path, though, but I mean, it just is that I would tell you. So this one comes from my buddy in Vegas. He said the Sixers' odds to win a series would absolutely be better against Detroit than they would be against Boston.
Yes, I completely agree.
So I mean, isn't that what you have to sort of think of?
No.
No.
No, because you're going to be dogs in either series.
Well,
Yeah, you
I'm
are
not,
correct.
I'm not screwing
Correct.
around with Charlotte.
Here's the other thing. That you don't have Embiid. If Embiid we're talking about if Embiid comes back, the best case scenario so far, the optimism from the reporters has been game 3 of a first-round series. This team's not as good without Joel Embiid. It's not a lock that if they lose tonight, they win Friday.
No, yeah, just win tonight. Just get in. That's what I want. I want to see more basketball.
I tell you this. I tell you that he's a golden retriever. Connor Thomas is the happy golden retriever. I love your attitude today, Connor.
Good work, Connor. Somebody's got to bring it.
Thanks, boys.
All right, we'll check the poll next. Dr. Avidan Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. It's up. It's always strong for 4 hours every single morning. And just taking a glimpse, I'm not alone. We'll check that coming up next. Also, there was a message yesterday that we read on the air from ESPN, one of the writers of ESPN, about the Sixers playoffs that I absolutely hated. John has a question of what are some things you could take away? What is the success of the Sixers in the postseason? We'll get into that next as well. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers trying to make a series. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers get their first shot at making the playoffs tonight as they get set to take on the Magic in the 7-8 play-in game. Tip-off is at 7:30 p.m. from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. If the Sixers win, it'll be a matchup with the Boston Celtics in the first round, with the Hornets taking out the Heat in overtime last night in the 9-10 game. A loss for the Sixers would mean a winner-go-home Friday against Charlotte. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni met with media yesterday to preview the NFL draft. Of course, they were asked about A.J. Brown, and Howie said, well, hey, he's an Eagle, which is factual right now. But he was also asked about the Eagles' pick at 23 overall, and clearly Howie's comfortable with their options.
I think we go into this draft being very comfortable with having 23 guys we're ready to take. If something happens that somebody who's higher on our board than 23rd is available, we'll be ready for that.
We'll be getting you geared up for the NFL draft just over a week away. The Flyers finished their regular season with a 4-2 win over the Canadiens last night. Now it's time to gear up for Pittsburgh in the playoffs. Phillies lost to the Cubs 10-4 last night. Bullpen allowed 6 earned runs. Rough night for the relievers. Game 3 tonight is at 6:40. Jesus Luzardo faced Shota Imanaga. This update is brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Coming up at 10, Middays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Yeah, we're back here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic on this Sixers play-in Wednesday. Adam Schefter Wednesday. We have a pair of tickets for tonight's Sixers game. If you want to go, you got to prove that you're bringing the energy. So somebody like me is not eligible because I don't know how much energy I'd be able to bring tonight.
Well, between thankfully Austin Jones behind the scenes running the YouTube, he was Sixered up today. Connor and I are Sixered up. Then there was you, and then there was Sean Rodman.
Rodman came up small back-to-back days. No orange yesterday either.
And then Rodman, well, because he was making it clear because he is getting his hair cut today. So he didn't want to wear anything because he didn't want to get hair on it. I'm getting my hair cut
That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard.
I'm getting my hair cut today too. Connor agreed with him. I'm getting my hair cut today too. I'm just saying somehow getting my hair cut. Maybe it's because of the skilled work of Sal's barbershop.
Maybe
the great Michael Coletti.
You mean to tell me there's people out there that pick what they're wearing because of the haircuts?
And it's like I don't understand it. Maybe you need a skilled hair expert to deal with it.
Yeah, maybe you gotta get different.
I'm like, seriously,
hair, man.
But
I just like when I get my hair cut, I go home, I shower, I change after. So if I have something later that I want to wear something for, I won't wear it before the haircut.
Oh.
But he doesn't have to wear it.
That's a lot of.
He goes like this. He goes, I didn't want to wear it because
literally not.
I said,
at all.
take it off while you get your hair cut. And then you don't have to have it on. Wear a T-shirt. It's going to be like 85 today.
Yeah, today's. By the way,
it's going to be like 85.
By the way,
will take
you winter lovers. What's wrong with you?
Can't, yeah, you're nuts. I will take off my beautiful Sixers quarter zip, and I will take it off when I get my hair cut, and I have a golf shirt under it. And I'll wear the golf shirt when I get my hair cut.
How about that?
Simple solution.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that hard.
It's not that hard.
I just go get my hair cut.
I'm telling you, I think it is. At some point, men became women. At some point, men became women. I don't know what year it was. It happened. I don't know in American society, but we can go back and we can look at it.
Yeah. All right. All right. Are you going to bring the energy? Your chance to get the pair of Sixers tickets. Now, here's the scary thing, Johnny.
What's that?
We have a Twitter poll up and running. Is that correct, Connor Thomas?
Dr. Avi
I mean, it's always up. Thanks to him, Iron Mountain Men's Health. They'll also bring us the cash contest. Your chance to win $1,000 at 8 o'clock. What do we got?
Yeah, kind of a wide-ranging one today. What is your vibe for the Sixers heading into the play-in/postseason? 4 options here. So you could vote whatever happens, looking for bright spots, fired up, or not much, which is basically the meh type of response. 46% of responders are saying not much. 38% whatever happens, which is where I voted there. 10% saying looking for bright spots, and only 6% fired up.
It's hard to be fired up. I get whatever happens because that's kind of what we've been with the Sixers for years. I understand. I would imagine what you're voting, looking for bright spots.
That's what I voted.
That's what you
How
would
did you
vote
know?
for.
How did you know I did that?
Because you've talked. I mean, you want to see what.
But I thought you would have said that I would have said whatever happens.
No, because I don't think you expect them to do anything.
No, I don't expect them to do anything. But I'm going to absolutely take it away if I see on a big stage. I see a couple games in Boston if they play Boston, and I see VJ Edgecombe not intimidated by the stage.
Right.
And I see him doing some things, and I see Tyrese Maxey looking like he could actually be like a playoff leader. And I've seen him have some big that Knicks series a couple years ago. I saw him have some beautiful games.
Yeah,
that's the kind of stuff that'll get me through.
Here's the thing. All right, you want me to speak positively about the Sixers for a minute? I will. If the Sixers can go to Boston, because that's what I think it's going to be. I think they win tonight. All right, I think the Sixers beat the Magic. I'm not negative about that. I'm just not feeling it. I think the Sixers beat the Magic tonight, and then they go to Boston. If they can get the James Harden level performance from Tyrese Maxey in Game 1, remember James Harden without Joel Embiid scored 40-some points, hit a couple big threes late,
amazing,
and they stole one. And that was the series where they disappeared in Game 6 and didn't even show up in Game 7. It's like the Phillies in 2022 and 2023. It's like what we're asking for the Flyers to do in Pittsburgh. Steal one on the road. If you steal one on the road, things change. But it's a major steal for the Sixers because they won't have Joel Embiid. At least that's what everybody's saying, that they won't have Joel Embiid in the first 2 games of that series. If they can steal one of two, all right, we have a series. If they're down 2-0 and you're asking Joel Embiid to win 4 out of the next 6 games, that's kind of tough.
Kind of tough.
That's kind of tough.
I'm not going to suspend belief like that. But if I can be entertained and I can see my team have a ton of fight in them, or maybe give the Celtics a bit of a dogfight, I'm in on it.
That Sixers-Knicks series from a couple years ago, even though it was a first-round loss, was a great series. And there were things that, to your point, to take away. Like, wow, look at how Tyrese Maxey played in some of those games, because that was the first year without a James Harden or a Ben Simmons. Like, it was the Maxey Embiid show, and Maxey was so good in that series. And then there was Joel Embiid playing through injury and looking dominant playing through it. Like, that was a great series of takeaways.
Best series I've ever seen Joel Embiid play.
Unfortunately, it was 3 years ago.
He played 4 games in that series that was amazing. Absolutely. Like, that were amazing games out of the 6. Fantastic. So great.
All right. Well, let's take a call here. And this one's going to hurt. Well, cuz I feel the same way. 610-632-0975. Our man Tasty Cake Dom is calling it.
What's up, Dom?
What's up, Dommy?
Andrew, hey, John.
What's going on?
You sound great, Dom.
Well, I was really, really, really interested in what John had to say about this. Because, John, like you remember when Sixers versus Celtics was the greatest rivalry in the history of sports.
Yeah, it was fantastic. And when we were young men, it was what the network TVs died for.
Yeah.
When NBA wasn't that big. It was Sixers Celtics was the biggest deal going, and then Celtics Lakers sort of became the biggest thing.
And when I was in high school, John, 80 to 83,
sure,
the Sixers played the Celtics in the Eastern Conference Finals
3 times, right?
3 out of 4 years.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 years. I remember well. And they were great series. Great, the Boston Strangler.
Here's my dilemma: is I always root for the Sixers. I've been a Sixers fan for 55 years.
You're one of the biggest Sixers fans I know.
And you're loyal.
But, John, to become the Boston Celtics punching bag, they've lost the last 6 series against the Celtics.
Uh-huh.
Do we really need to see 7?
Yes. I need to see VJ Edgecombe and see what he's got. I need to see Tyrese Maxey and see what they've got. I want to see the David versus Goliath and see if just they can get a few rocks up on the Giant. I don't expect them to win, but I want to see what they got. And to me, that would be fine. I'd be all in on that.
If it was anybody but the Celtics.
Yes, I can't do that. I can't do that. I want to see.
Yeah,
I
but
see them.
Dom feels that pain, man.
But no, I lived Dom's life. I lived it. I feel it, and I understand and commiserate with it. It means more to me, Dom, if they can do it against that team. It actually means more to me.
If they could win.
No, they
like
win.
Andrew,
if they win 1 or 2 games, I'm going to be thrilled.
Really?
Yes, I will be. Yes.
Well, I appreciate your opinion, John.
Thank you, buddy.
I hope I can.
And I hope you're well.
I hope I can get there. But, seeing those green, right, John? We remember.
Oh, I hate them.
Those knuckleheads running around with the sheets.
I hate
remember
them.
When the Sixers beat them in Game 7?
I can't stand them. I can't stand them. I can't stand
Thanks, Tommy.
Thank you, buddy. When I worked for the Flyers, people can't realize how bad Boston Garden was. The biggest dump you could ever imagine. And it was a building without air conditioning.
Right.
Like, if you can imagine a stadium without air conditioning.
The dead spot on the floor.
It was unbelievable. Now, I never saw the dead spot thing. I mean, I didn't see it because I was there. One time, we were there for hockey where basketball played the day before. So I got to see a basketball game there, which was just awesome. But it was the arrogance of the Celtics. Everything about it just drove me nuts. Now, a bit of it was envy.
Yeah.
A bit of it was envy.
Oh, there's absolutely.
But the Sixers were every bit a challenger to the Celtics and every bit right there. And so to me, I can't stand them. I get it. But to me, if I see Maxey and Edgecombe ball out against the Celtics and at least show a lot of fight and a lot of I'm in.
It'll make
in
you feel good about future seasons.
And I feel good about those guys to begin with, by the way. I already feel good. But I want to see, am I in or out on Nick Nurse right now? Because I don't know if I'm in or out. I really don't.
We talked about this off air yesterday. We had a lot of sports conversations
We
off
did.
air yesterday. It's so hard to judge Nick Nurse. Like,
He's had a lot of bad hands dealt to him.
He has. Do I think he's been great?
No.
Do I think think about what the Sixers have done over the years with coaches and executives. They've gone out and gotten the top commodity, right? Doc Rivers was the top guy. They got Doc Rivers. Nick Nurse was the top guy. They got Nick Nurse. Doc Rivers had 8 former head coaches on his coaching staff. They paid all those salaries. They go out and get Daryl Morey when he was available. So the Sixers have tried. Nick Nurse has not been anywhere near the Toronto Raptors head coach. Nick Nurse has been nowhere near as advertised.
He has not.
Do I feel bad for him that Joel Embiid is out all the time? Yes. Paul George getting suspended after getting hurt last year? Yes. And I don't think Nick Nurse has much say in the roster, right? Maybe the Jared McCain thing is one thing, but the big name players, I don't think he had much say in it. So he's here, make this work. You can't make it work when they're not available. But the third quarters this year, that's coaching. Having one of the worst scoring and one of the worst defensive teams in the third quarter throughout an entire season, that's coaching. That's halftime adjustments that you're just not making. And the other night when they played the Heat, Eric Spoelstra coached circles around them. And that was with the full collective group of players.
He absolutely coached circles around him. And that bothered me. Like because I was really in on Nick Nurse being here.
Yeah.
I've been very disappointed with what I've seen out of Nick Nurse. But Nick Nurse has been dealt a ton of bad hands. So I'm very, concerned about what that is. He's been dealt. No, he's been dealt a lot.
That Knicks series, the one thing that killed me.
The one thing?
Well,
there was lots.
The offensive rebounds for the Knicks.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, you mean to tell me you didn't have any answer? Like, Josh Hart.
None.
How many offensive rebounds? I'll look it up. How many offensive rebounds do you think Josh Hart had in that series alone?
You try to break my heart?
6 games, he probably finished with around 20. 20 offensive rebounds in 6 games.
You think it's 20? I'll take the over.
Well, I think it's over.
I know he had a lot of rebounds. I don't know how many offensive rebounds.
Lot of offensive rebounds.
And that can't happen. Like that's and you can't blame effort or anything. Like that was just like, yo, dude, you got this guy is constantly getting offensive rebounds and you can't find a way to box him out. You can't figure out a way to stop it. So we'll see. We'll see what Nick Nurse does. All right. What other positive takeaways can we get? The bothersome thing with this is you've mentioned Maxey and Edgecombe, right? As you should. After that, Kelly Oubre's not destined to be here long term. Joel Embiid, who knows what they end up doing. There's not many. Justin Edwards? You want to see what Justin Edwards does in a playoff series?
No, there's not. There's not many. The building blocks, there's not.
It's 2 guys.
There's 2 guys.
That kind of sucks. There's not a young. This would have been, all right, what does Jared McCain have come playoff time?
Right. This would have been, but we gave Jared McCain to the NBA champions for nothing.
We could see Quentin Grimes. Does Quentin Grimes earn the contract? Because that's why they trade Jared McCain.
I like Grimes. I just don't. It's not a needle mover for me.
Sure, but does he show something where off the bench he's going to be a piece of the puzzle moving forward?
Got you. That's fair. Very fair.
I mean, just look to last year, right? Now, I know they didn't win it all, but Tyrese Halliburton, in the course of the regular season, he's a very good basketball player. Last year in the postseason, that dude was incredible, above and beyond anybody rightfully expected him to do for the Pacers. And it's not that he's a role player normally and turned into a star in the playoffs, but nobody was looking for that level of performance from him. You do not know if Tyrese Maxey has reached that level. If VJ Edgecombe, for what you expect from a rookie, can give you something well above what you've already seen, which has been great. If there's a dude off the bench that has not got extended playoff minutes that could find something, and you don't get to figure that out unless you win tonight or Friday. Sure. And I don't want to get to Friday.
Dembona, how does he show himself in a big game? Right, and he's going to have to play a lot of minutes.
Exactly.
All right. We'll see Bona. All right.
Like you, Connor.
How many offensive rebounds did Josh Hart have in that series against the Sixers?
I would have said 22.
I would have said 26.
How about 22 in the number, Connor?
Very good, Connor.
He had 0 offensive rebounds in that overtime game somehow where the Sixers won 112-106, but he finished with 22 offensive rebounds, including 6 in Game 6. That couldn't happen.
No,
he also, out of nowhere, could shoot threes.
That doesn't seem real. That doesn't seem real what you just said.
Wait, so you're telling me a guy that doesn't normally do stuff in the regular season showed something special in a postseason series that helped his team win?
Yeah.
That's why you want to get in, because you don't know.
Well, I'm not saying I don't want them to get in.
You sound like you're indifferent.
Connor, it's a perfect
Because
word.
I am.
You say, but the thing is, it drives me crazy because you were. I consider you part of the that brought the biggest scourge that this city's fan base has ever had, and you were supportive of that crap. And you're not even going to get this any.
I wasn't supportive of Arnett Moultrie.
But you were supportive of the whole thing.
Of the plan.
So this is much more reason to be supportive of this.
With all due respect to Arnett Moultrie, I hope you're doing great.
Well, it's much more reason to be supportive of this. This is much more reason for you to be in on this, because this has actual potential to pay off for something. So be in on this. Maxie, Edgecombe, be there.
All right. By the way, Arnett Moultrie is currently playing for the Pioneros de los Mojis of the CIBACOPA.
Boy, you put some stank on that. You put some stank on that.
$1 million. You can tell me what that all means.
I don't even know what that is.
All right. What do we have on the
That
Davis on the text line? Feel the Davis difference. You can check them out in Burlington.
Brian from New Jersey checks in and says, I'm in on the Sixers because I do believe this team will make the actual playoffs. The question is, will it take 1 or 2 games? Dominating tonight will get us all pumped for the postseason, stumble in, and we're going to feel still uneasy about any kind of run they could go on.
Okay.
All right, I'm not trying to be negative Nancy here.
You've already done
But
it.
you've already, believe me, you're Nancy.
What does a dominant win against the Magic do? I'm not trying to be that guy. Like, I'm honestly, I want that texter to follow up. Like, stumble in and I'm not feeling that good, but dominant win, I'm in. They should beat the Magic.
They should. But
That's what I'm saying. They should beat the Magic tonight.
But I don't think that I don't think the Magic is dog meat. Do you?
No, but they should win.
Yeah, but they're not playing the Nets.
They're not like it's not like they're playing one of the 8 teams in the NBA who had less than a 35% winning percentage.
What does a 10-point win against the Magic do for you against Boston?
Now he said dominant win.
All right, so it's dominant 15.
Yeah, what if VJ goes for 30? Paul George has 30.
Yeah, what if they look like? What if they come out tonight and kick some serious ass?
Then I'll be very proud of the boys.
Okay. You know what? I'll take that. I'll take
very
that.
proud.
I'm going to take because right now I'm at the point with you. Like my mom.
You'll take anything.
My mom used to give me this. Is that with me? She'd be like, you know what? All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. Just because if I don't have to hear any more, but I'll take it. I'll take that from you.
All right.
Right now.
I'll be proud of them. All right. What else do we have on the text line?
All right, we also have a check-in here from Xavier from Newtown Square who says, I'm pumped for tonight. It's disappointing with the Joel news, but I just want to think positive and believe we could steal one. And I think Joel will do everything in his power to make it back, and that could give us a chance. I don't think we'll just be an easy out for the Celtics. We'll give them a hell of a fight.
Look, I agree that Embiid's going to do whatever he can to come back. He always has.
He always has. I am never been an Embiid truther. I've never been, and I respect the hell out of the guy for what he's done to get his backside on the court under some really adverse circumstances in the postseason. I'm never going to critique him for that. I am never going to call him and say, I see people going, oh, Embiid's hurt again. Look, Embiid's going to bust his ass to be out there. And I have every reason to believe that that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. You just hope that it's
enough.
The optimistic Game 3 outlook, which is what Shams is reporting. We'll speak with Tony Jones coming up around 9:05 today. See if he's heard anything about the Joel Embiid front because it's been quiet, right? Like we haven't really.
Oh, it's quiet.
We haven't heard anything.
No, it's quiet.
Which is nothing really new about Joel Embiid injuries. This one's a lot different than what we had. But well, they're all different.
They're all like out of a movie. It just comes about.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And Amy Fadul told us yesterday she suffered from this. She had the appendicitis, and people are saying, "Well, the doctors, missed this." The appendicitis doesn't lurk for that long.
It just hits you.
It hits you, and then it hits you like somebody is sticking
literally hitting you
spear in your side or in your back, and you're vomiting. You're doing all that. This isn't something you go around for 2 weeks.
Yeah, there was a lot of doctors online the other day.
You're not going for 2 weeks with this.
No.
So there is something to this.
All right. So we'll continue this Sixers conversation. That guy, do we have the name from the last texter? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Xavier.
All right, Xavier's in the running.
What a great name.
Xavier's in the running because he's excited. He's fired up. So we have a pair of Sixers tickets for tonight's game. You can get your tickets at Sixers.com. Playoff tickets available now as well. Xfinity Mobile Arena. We have a pair of tickets for tonight's game. And people that are in the running for it are the people that I know or we know, the sense that we get from hearing them text in. Voice memos, extra credit, because I need to hear it in your voice, right? Calls, extra credit, because I need to hear it in your voice.
I got to tell you, I'm in on Xavier, though.
Yeah, Xavier's a good start.
I'm in on it.
Are you going to bring the energy tonight? Voice memos, extra credit, though. I will be honest. A text is one thing. We always don't know about the tone in the text. You bring the energy in the voice, gives you a little extra chance. All right.
I get in trouble with my tone sometimes. I get told,
tone.
It's your tone. It's not what I say, it's my tone.
It's your tone. Oh, yeah. I forgot.
You get that too?
Oh, yeah.
It happens to all of us.
Coming up next, something I really want listeners to chime in on, because you guys had the chance to react last week when the Diana Rossini thing popped up.
Yeah, we didn't do a ton on it.
Well, she resigned yesterday.
She did.
And I have a question for a lot of our listeners and viewers on YouTube. Do you trust anyone? I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app because we have Play-In Palooza tonight. You can bet. If you didn't bet on the play-in games yesterday, which were fun, you can bet on the play-in game tonight for the Sixers, 7:30 tip-off against the Magic. You can listen live right here on the Fanatic. You can enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. All you have to do is place a live bet using your Play-In Palooza token. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. So don't just watch the NBA play-in tournament from the sidelines. You can watch it with that app right in your hand. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get on the action. Don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-In Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit one entry. Profit boost bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days at the receipt. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers could earn a spot. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers get their first shot at making the actual playoffs tonight as they get set to take on the Magic in the 7-8 play-in game. Tip-off is at 7:30 p.m. this evening. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic, live from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. If the Sixers win, it would be a first-round matchup with the Boston Celtics, with the Hornets taking out the Heat in overtime last night in the 9-10 game. A loss for the Sixers would mean a win or go home Friday night against Charlotte. So we'll be getting you geared up for the big game all day today. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni met with media yesterday to get you geared up for the NFL draft. And, of course, Howie was asked about A.J. Brown.
What do you think the odds are that I'm answering this question any different than I answered anywhere else? Like, really? Like, do you think that's like 50%? Do you think that's 75%?
I felt like I needed to just need to ask.
A.J. Brown's an Eagle.
That's clear as he can put it right now, and we'll keep an eye on that as we draw closer to June 1st, but we're keeping an eye on the draft first and foremost. Flyers finished their regular season with a 4-2 win over the Canadiens last night. Now it's time to gear up for Pittsburgh in the playoffs. Phillies lost to the Cubs 10-4. Bullpen allowed 6 earned runs, a rough night for the relievers. Game 3 is tonight at 6:40. Jesus Luzardo faces Shota Imanaga. Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 8:05. Tony Jones at 9:05. This update is brought to you by the Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit, develops better athletes and better people through sports. Info at positivecoach.org. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the
7 a.m. hour is brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it is 7:31 here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. We are giving away a pair of tickets for tonight's Sixers game, but you need to tell us that you're going to be bringing the energy. I am not somebody that's really fired up for tonight, and it sucks. I'll be honest. I hate myself right now. I usually do. But I hate myself right now for the attitude that I have, but I can't fake it. I can't lie to you guys. I'm trying my best. But we have a pair of tickets.
Okay, I'm going to call you. You're not trying your best.
I gave you some things to look forward to.
Connor, we work with Andrew every day. Is he trying his best?
I think
this is best.
I think they win tonight.
Is this his best?
No,
it's not your best. Don't give us a bunch of. Don't pee on our leg and tell us it's raining. This isn't your best.
Yeah, good club.
We know you.
Am I Dave Dombrowski right now?
No,
no, but you don't have to be. But you are Debbie Downer.
Yeah,
got to tell you, you are Debbie Downer.
Think about where you were a year ago to where you are today. If a year ago, Andrew, after watching them win 20-some games, said you have a chance to be the 7th seed to play the Boston Celtics and a chance to, I don't know, give your rival an embarrassing defeat because they're the better team. And you're just like, yeah.
You're basically asking me to pick my poison.
Yeah, pick the smart poison. It's this year by a mile.
It honestly is. And the amount of crap that you bought into.
I'm buying into VJ Edgecombe.
No, but the amount that you bought into and paid attention to and everything like that, and I demand that you do this.
Well, demand ran.
Right? I demand ran.
That's the only thing you can demand right now.
Look, I'm not injured in an accident or anything.
All right.
It felt like it. Last year felt like it.
We'll check the Davis Honda text line here in a little bit. It's 610-632-0975 on the Sixers discussion. But I want to get into a conversation about journalism, Johnny.
Journalism.
And this is more so for our listeners to react more so than for us to discuss because
I remind my students all the time, I am not a journalist.
Right. We are not a journalist. We are what they call entertainers.
Yeah, we are not a journalist. That's not our job.
But we also know what goes into being a journalist a little bit more.
Correct.
And we don't believe that every report is fabricated and made up.
No, I know just tell me who's giving the report, and I know I'll tell you whether it is a real report or not, or whether and I know that people are not making it up.
Right. Right. Like there is a level of respect
Jeff
that
McClain
we have.
is not making up reports. Zach Berman is not making up reports. The most decorated names in sports are not making up reports. They would never be welcome in an NFL locker room or an NBA locker room.
Just here's a perfect example of what I'm not trying to be rude to our listeners because I love our listeners, but for the people that don't believe.
How about a small faction of our listeners?
Exactly.
Okay.
Jeff McClain reported that Fletcher Cox was going to retire.
Yes.
And immediately it's. Why would Jeff McClain know this? Fletcher Cox hates Jeff because they had their back and forth.
Their back and forth, yes.
Jeff McClain did his due diligence to get said report. He probably spoke with somebody. It may not have been Fletcher Cox.
Correct.
And he reported it before Fletcher Cox announced it. And then Fletcher Cox announces his retirement. And nobody said, oh, man, my bad, Jeff. Nobody said that because they already had their opinion. So my question for a lot of our listeners is, who do you trust, if anyone? That you might not trust anybody. I'm looking at our YouTube audience. You might not trust anybody. You might only.
Okay, so the people who say they don't trust anybody, they're actually believing that reporters, so the Zach Bermans, the Jeff McClains,
Tim McManus,
they're making stuff up. They're going into a locker room, standing next to these 300-pound men. They're going in and they're making up stories about them.
Right.
And they're doing this knowingly when they have to face these people face to face, day to day for their livelihood. And people actually believe that that's happening.
Some people do.
Then those people believe in pixies. They believe that there are dragons in their backyard. Well, you watch that show, so you believe that too.
I do too.
They believe in the Lord of the Rings. because they are that is imbecilic. It's imbecilic.
Well, and it's not just that's not the only area of this conversation. This conversation also gets deeper with the news that comes out yesterday where Diana Rossini announces her resignation from The Athletic. And
it was interesting.
You guys had a great interview. I credit you second time. It's the most credit you guys are going to get ever.
Thank you very much.
Your interview with Adam Schefter last week was spectacular. And we speak with Schefter coming up at 8:05, where you asked him about everything that went down. And like this was a big story last week. And now that it's official, like this is a reporter that if all the stories are true, right? This potential alleged relationship with the head coach of the New England Patriots.
And you're saying alleged, and it's good you say alleged, and that's the way to put it.
The alleged relationship with Mike Vrabel, and a lot of the information that she had about the A.J. Brown stuff was to which team? Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots.
Uh-huh.
Whether the story is true or not, right? Like the story might actually be true, and it makes sense that it would be true that the Patriots want A.J. Brown because of the connection of Vrabel and A.J. Brown, but also because the fact that they need a real number one wide receiver. That may have been the one thing that they were missing, and they got to the Super Bowl last year. It makes sense that they would want A.J. Brown. But again, consider who it's coming from. Like, how do people feel about that?
No, they should feel pretty bad about it. They should feel bad that first of all, that's not. It's completely unethical what was going on, if that's going on. And I'm going to take the interlocked fingers in that as a married man, just as long as Mike Vrabel's been married and with kids, just like Mike Vrabel, I do not go to a luxury resort, couples only, by the way. By the way, not a girls' trip resort.
Yeah.
This isn't a girls' trip resort. This is a couples only resort where you interlock fingers with a woman I'm not married to on her room balcony.
Yeah.
At sunset.
Yeah.
And everything. Yeah. It says
somebody was taking pictures.
Exactly. And and then, by the way, there is every bit of reason to do, if it was a girls' trip, it's easy.
Post photos.
There's no reason you just say, all you have to do is say, here's who was on the trip with me.
Yeah.
Here's their rooms. They were here with me. Here's the girls' trip. Here's the rooms. Here's their rooms. Oh, Mike Vrabel and his boys, they came up for the day. Okay, who were the boys that came up with you? Who are they? Who was there?
Yeah.
We can see them on they can be proven. Those things weren't able to be done. When a story can't be substantiated, I would tell you in a place with tons of cameras, by the way, it does, and the resort has tons of cameras.
Sure.
I would tell you that means that I don't believe the story that they are peddling. So I don't believe either one of them. And then that's a problem. So I don't believe them. I don't believe what Diana Rossini's peddling.
Yeah.
And by the way, I don't believe what Mike Vrabel's peddling, and I believe he should be the next one that is investigated.
Now, by the way, this does not mean that all journalists and reporters are doing stuff like this.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Allegedly.
That's where yesterday I was getting into it with my friend.
Saw a lot of that on social
media. My friend Jamel Hill yesterday, and Jamel and I used to do radio shows together at ESPN. I love Jamel personally. Her and I do not see the world in the same way, but I have a ton of respect for her, and I do love her very much. Nice person. But Jamel, I thought she's nuts yesterday, and I called her out on it. She goes, if a man was in this situation, it would be a totally different thing. And I'm like, please tell me the situation you're talking to. Because she's putting up the ridiculous straw man argument here. What man are we talking about? A man covering the WNBA? An insider for the WNBA? Or let's just say it's not. And then people came up with the Brokeback Mountain memes and everything like that. What are you talking about? Stop trying to draw incongruent comparisons.
Regardless, it's unethical.
It's unethical.
Man or
whatever
woman.
else is going on. Like, this is just...
Yeah,
it's unethical.
And so the reason why I want to talk about this with our listeners is because there's already such a weird feeling toward media members, right? That anytime an article is written that's not pro somebody or team, it's you're a hater and you're making stuff up. And I get it because you want to defend your team to no end, and that's beautiful. But not everything can be fake. Not everything can be alleged relationships. Not everything can be they're paid to do this, like from other people. Like, I would imagine there's at least one truthful journalist out there in the entire world. At least one. And I believe majority are. who do you trust? 610-632-0975, because there's times where Adam Schefter, who is one of the best, all right, he comes on this show weekly, and there are people that believe he's making stuff up.
He's making stuff up. Again, all you have to do is just say, if someone is making stuff up, like Diana Rossini in her letter yesterday, if someone's making stuff up about you and they have an investigation going on, she could disprove this entire story. She couldn't. So there's a reason. She could then say, it's not true. It's not true, and here's how I disprove it. She couldn't. So if anybody wants to disprove any of these stories, they could disprove them. There's a reason A.J. Brown hasn't. There's a reason A.J. Brown's agent hasn't. There's a reason. You got to put two and two together, folks. It's not hard. It really isn't hard.
Well, I'm curious. Who do you trust? It doesn't have to be individual names. It could be like, what kind of journalism do you trust? Do you not like the reporter or the insider game or whatever? Like, do you just like the people that write stories? I wonder what journalism people trust when it comes to sports. Yesterday was a wild day.
Wild.
Right, coming up
Wild.
next, we have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Don't forget, Adam Schefter will join us today at 8:05. It's play-in day. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to tonight's game, or you can buy them at Sixers.com. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Love telling you about my friends at Benari Jewelers all the time. Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square. It's a unique diamond buying experience, and for many of you, you buy a diamond maybe once. Then you're going to buy jewelry a long time, especially if she says yes. And it's great to make a relationship with the jeweler. And when you go to Benari Jewelers in Exeter, Newtown Square, you're going to find out it's just different. They have a very low-pressure sales crew, and it makes you feel very comfortable with their designers. So they're going to work with you to find the perfect ring for her, the one-of-a-kind ring that you're not going to get anywhere else, thousands of handcrafted engagement rings to choose from, or you can get one that's custom designed for her. You're going to see stuff that you're not going to see anywhere else, and they have their industry-leading 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. That means your diamond is never going to lose value when you're ready to upgrade. So in other words, what you pay for it today, it's 10% more when you go to trade it in. So from the day you buy it, you've already appraised higher. Benari is a direct diamond importer, so you're going to get the diamond she deserves, the ring she wants, and you are going to be able to stay under budget. What I like about it is then you create a relationship, and then you've got a great experience every time you want to buy some jewelry for those holiday gifts, those birthday gifts, those anniversary gifts. You get the idea? Exton, Newtown Square, it's Benari Jewelers. Check it on out and tell them that John Kincade sent you in.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 7:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas 97.5. The Fanatic playing Wednesday for the Philadelphia 76ers. Adam Schefter Wednesday. He joins us coming up at 8:05. What do we have on the Davis Honda text line? You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington. We have a pair of tickets to give away for the Sixers game tonight, but it's got to be somebody that's going to be up for it, like all game. Bring in the energy. Our question for you today is, are you up for tonight? And we'll check the poll as well because that's up, as we know. It usually is.
Usually is.
But I don't know how many people are. What do we got?
Jeff from D.C. checks in, says, remember that time the Sixers beat the Bulls in the first round because Derrick Rose got hurt? Not that we ever root for injuries, but you never know what can happen. Something weird happens with Boston. Embiid comes back early. You just never know.
Well, that's the problem is whenever Embiid comes back. We are saying the optimistic viewpoint. Tony Jones joins us at 9:05. The reporters are saying the optimistic view on Embiid is game 3. So I get what you're saying, Jeff, about the D Rose thing. Look, I was fired up, and then they took the Celtics 7 games the very next series. I loved it. I lived it. But we're talking about the Celtics losing players and the Sixers getting a guy back. The Sixers are already missing said player.
Right, but you're saying, and it costs you nothing to get that chance to see what happens, and you're saying, It costs you absolutely nothing. It's not like draft position. You don't have your own pick. Like, it costs you nothing to root for the Sixers to win this game.
I'm rooting for them, and I think they win tonight. I'm saying that all show. I'm rooting for them. I'm just not face paint and play the song.
Yeah, but we're not even face paint. You couldn't bring yourself to put on the T-shirt today.
7:30. I'll be there. Tip off.
It just doesn't.
Go Sixers.
You understand the things that got you excited. And then the things that's not, it just is surprising to me, especially in today. We couldn't even get, as Connor just called you out on, couldn't even get a T-shirt out.
Yeah, we're in the Temple. Go Temple. Go Owls. Let's check the poll of the day. Dr. Howie Donapel, Iron Mountain Men's Health. He brings us the chance to win $1,000, too. That's stood up by Dr. Howie Donapel. That comes your way at 8 o'clock. What's the poll saying now, Connor?
Your question, what is your vibe for the Sixers heading into the play-in and postseason? Whatever happens, happens. Looking for bright spots, fired up, or not much. 49% of responders are saying not much. 37% saying whatever happens, happens. 11% looking for bright spots, and we're down to just 3% fired up.
2 responses. The elongated toilet bowl on Twitter. Hurry up and lose. Known X. Fired up. Let's bleep and go. Playoff anything is very exciting in Philly. We have the most miserable fans. Just look at the voting. Playoff VJ is going to give us serious edge and comb through the competition.
Oh, I like that. I like that guy. That's excellent.
Time now for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
What's up, V?
It's brought to us by Lundy Law for over 70 years. Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. I brought this up to you guys in the break because I wanted to make sure you saw it. But there are some people upset with the Eagles yesterday. It had nothing to do with anything Howie Roseman or Nick Sirianni said, but it was with a leaked uniform change where there's now a bit of a backsplash behind the new Eagles logo on the jerseys. People were upset with the new wording on the jerseys yesterday. You guys?
I looked at it, and I got to tell you, I'm not. Do you know those things where they tell you find the difference between the pictures?
Yeah.
I honestly say people got a lot of time on their hands.
There is energy spent on things that gets us upset that I just don't get sometimes. The jersey thing here. What were we talking about yesterday? There was something the gatekeeping with the Flyers. There's Flyers fans that they're spending so much energy on not wanting people to have fun and enjoy the Flyers. Like, I don't understand how you can spend energy being angry and upset. Don't you feel more tired at the end of the day when you have a bad day?
Yeah.
Like, the amount of energy that's spent just complaining all the time has to be exhausting.
That being said, I agree with the people that were upset about this yesterday. Now, it's not a huge deal, but I miss the old, the curved Eagles logo that looked more like the actual feathers.
Sure,
on
but
the
they
side
already
and
made
everything.
the change last year.
Yeah.
So be angry last year. This is just a black backsplash.
Yeah, I know.
It's the exact same thing as last year.
It's just more you had it right and you keep changing it. But I'm not losing any sleep over it. I don't know.
I said
People
you during
care,
the
man.
I said you during the break. They could wear T-shirts. I don't care.
I don't think they legally can wear
I like
T-shirts.
football.
The NFL will get mad at you.
I don't. Do I like certain jerseys more than others? Yeah. Like man, I love that jersey.
Hey,
right?
Exactly.
Johnny, as we know, sometimes it's hard for people to put on the right T-shirt.
It is. It's very difficult.
You don't know what underwear.
Put on a damn T-shirt. I mean, come on.
If you have Sixers underwear, we got a different conversation going on. Now, if the Sixers do not win tonight, which Andrew Salciunas may or may not be rooting for, they would have to take on the Charlotte Hornets after a hell of a finish in the Charlotte-Miami game. Here's how it sounded.
Ball breaks free. Gets it. 7 seconds. Ball to drive. And ball lays it out.
There's no timeouts left for Miami.
Charlotte up by 1. The drive blocked. It's over. Mitchell got negated. The Hornets win it.
127-126 the final, and Charlotte is buzzing for the Hornets.
Yeah, that was a great game yesterday.
Connor.
What? You didn't like that one?
With all due respect to the Flyers yesterday, I paid a little bit more attention to Phillies and the play-in because the Flyers game, even though it was cool to see the bonk and bump, that was great. I watched a little bit of that Hornets Heat game. It was fun. It was a fun game, and none of them are going to do anything in the playoffs. None of them.
You're just the ball of sunshine today, aren't you?
Well, they're not going to do anything because they're 7th and 8th seeds. Period.
Everything doesn't have to be about the future. We can enjoy today for today.
But it was here's one of your takeaways, John, is seeing how the young guys play. Khan did not play well yesterday. He did not play well against that Heat defense.
He did not.
And so what does that mean for the future of the Hornets?
We'll round out with this because there's future questions in Columbus after the Blue Jackets did not find their way into the postseason. Now their interim head coach, Rick Bowness, had a chance to talk with media after the game, and he had some scathing words for his players.
All you got to do is look at the stat sheet. 3 hits, 23 giveaways. I don't know if I'm back, but if I'm back, I'm changing this culture. These guys, they don't care. Losing is not important enough to them.
Now, as an interim head coach, are you able to take your players to task like that?
Yeah, and he's got
he's the
millions in the
coach.
bank, and he's got millions in the bank, so he's fine.
Yeah, he's
Rick
going
Bowness
out
is not
guns
going to put up
a-blazing.
with it. Yeah, he's not going to put up with that crap. I love it. Rob Thompson would go, yeah, they played well. Yeah, we're going to go at it next year. We'll be right back at it. I like it when a coach knows what the fans just saw and then doesn't sugarcoat it and tells you exactly what happened.
Now, if we're being fair, Rob Thompson has never missed the playoffs. Rick Bowness is talking about why they missed the playoffs.
Yeah, he doesn't have he isn't in a sport where you can buy your way into the playoffs with a top 4 payroll.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying the facts.
What was their record like the last
They
month?
collapsed. They went on a great run and then collapsed the last 10 games. Like terribly. Because they went on a great
that
run.
Sharks game. Remember that? We were like, wait a minute. They lost to San Jose.
Well, you said, are they going to lose to San Jose? I'm like, no. And they did.
They lost
in
to
regulation.
Montreal, San Jose, Boston, Carolina, Winnipeg. That's 6 straight losses. They beat Detroit, then they lose to Buffalo. Then they beat Montreal, lose to Boston, and yesterday didn't matter.
It's amazing.
They lost a lot of games down the stretch, man.
We got everything we needed.
Yeah, I ain't complaining.
Everything we needed.
All right, coming up next, your chance to win $1,000 thanks to Iron Mountain Men's Health. Also, Adam Schefter will join us at 8:05. Did Howie Roseman tip his hand with A.J. Brown yesterday? No.
Nope.
Speak with Schefter about all things Eagles and NFL. Coming up next, Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers square off with Orlando. I'm Connor Thomas. The Sixers get their first shot at making the playoffs tonight as they get set to take on the Magic in the 7-8 play-in game. Tip-off's at 7:30. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic, live from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. If the Sixers win, they get a matchup with the Celtics in the first round. If they lose, well, the Hornets took down the Heat in the 9-10 game last night in overtime. So a loss would mean the Sixers would have a winner go home Friday against Charlotte. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday, previewed the NFL draft. Howie Roseman stated A.J. Brown is still an Eagle, which was something people are going to continue to ask him about. But he also was asked about the 23rd overall pick in the first round.
I think we go into this draft being very comfortable with having 23 guys we're ready to take. If something happens that somebody who's higher on our board than 23rd is available, we'll be ready for that.
We'll be getting you geared up. The draft just over a week away. Flyers finished their regular season last night, a 4-2 win over the Canadians. already ends. Now it's on to a playoff matchup with Pittsburgh. Phillies lost to the Cubs 10-4 last night. Game 3 tonight is at 6:40. Jesus Luzardo on the mound for Shota Imanaga. Adam Schefter joins us coming up next. Tony Jones of The Athletic joins us at 9:05 to get you geared up for the playing game tonight. This update is brought to you by Wawa. Their $6 meal deal is back. Get a sandwich, small fountain drink, and her chips, all for $6. Limited time. Gotta have a Wawa. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
Random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. It's not spam. Contest rules at 975thefanatic.com. The Fanatic Parlay Cash is stood up by Iron Mountain Men's Health. 5 chances to win each day. 8 o'clock, hour 1 and only. And then 10 and 12 with Middays with Marks. 3 and 5 with Unfiltered. Good luck.
If you want to see their wonderful faces, check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
Yes, now. Adam Schefter will join us coming up at 8:05 to talk about your Philadelphia Eagles. Tomorrow, 1 week from the NFL draft, bottom of the hour today, we are going to get into some draft discussion. I saw a mock draft because now that I'm starting to get into it, I'm not really the biggest mock draft guy. Mock draft time, Eagles could be very aggressive. Curious, we always get into this discussion right around draft time. Is it more of a trade-up market, trade-down market? How many first-round talented players are actually on the board in the first round?
Which is important to note.
Yeah.
Because that is.
And that's why the Eagles drafted Jahad Campbell last year, because he was considered a first-round talent, but the injury concern is why he fell. And the Eagles said, well, we're the Super Bowl champs, damn it. We're just going to trade up one spot and get him. Whereas some other teams were probably a little scared to do that at that point.
There you go.
So we'll see. I mean, what's the run? There can't be like 3 quarterbacks in the first round, right? I don't think there should be 2. I think there should be 1 quarterback drafted in the first round. But you know how these teams operate. They talk themselves into this guy's going to save her. This guy's going to save it. He's going to save the franchise for us. And all of a sudden, there's 3 first-round quarterbacks drafted because they like that fifth-year option, and I understand the strategy behind that. But sometimes that fifth-year option isn't really actually worth the player you're selecting. But teams are stupid. There are a lot of dumb teams in sports.
Exactly, there are. You know, there are dumb ones. Unfortunately, we've rooted for a lot of them over the years.
Yes, we have. But we're in a pretty good spot right now. All right, so Schefter joins us in about 2 minutes. Here's what we've been talking about. It's play-in day for the Philadelphia 76ers. Sixers play the Orlando Magic tonight, 7:30, Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can get your tickets online, Sixers.com, or here on the show. You got to prove to us that you will be bringing the noise all game. Unfortunately, we've only really had one. I don't know. You're the text line guy over there. We had Xavier, right? Was that who it was?
Yeah, Xavier's the one that we feel good about so far.
That was like, yeah, I'll bring it. That kind of tells you how people are feeling right now.
It does.
So are you disappointed in all of them? Because you're disappointed in me.
No, I'm disappointed in you because you have been you're one of the cult leaders that led people down the stupid process stuff. And then now you got something where we actually have tangible assets that we should be able to get behind and support at a time when we know they're not going to win anything. We know where they're not going to do that. Well, we should find some enthusiasm for them, and you're giving me I'm not really into it.
See, but here's the thing
I'm not really
is,
into it, but I was into being able to name I'm able to name every process player, though. And that makes me want to puke. I'm just being honest.
But
I've never been so disappointed.
Your mindset going into the Sixers, like, let's take away some things, right?
Okay.
Isn't that what the most of the people in the city are doing with the Flyers right now?
No.
You're happy that they're in?
No.
Wait,
that's not. My Sixers and Flyers the Flyers can absolutely win their series.
Yeah. Oh, they're series, yes.
The Sixers cannot.
Okay, deal.
The Flyers absolutely can win their series against the Penguins. They had the same amount of points as the Penguins.
Right, but you're happy.
I'm not. The Sixers being in the playoffs, to me, would be, I just want to see what they can do when they get there.
Exactly.
The Flyers is a different story. The Flyers can absolutely beat the Penguins. Do I think it's going to happen? I don't know. But could they win that series? Absolutely they can. They have the same amount of points as the Penguins.
They do.
There's no reason to think that they can't.
What I'm saying is if they lose in 5, it's like, damn, but man, I'm glad we
Did I see the Penguins play? Did I see them play a great series with the Penguins? Then I would probably be okay. If I see them get their backsides kicked by the Penguins, I'm going to be disappointed. I got to tell you. Because they should not have the Penguins kick their ass in a series.
Okay, fair enough.
Should not happen.
By the way, coming up later on this segment, I was wondering if you were going to do it in today's headlines, so I didn't want to jump on you. We had the worst ABS challenge ever yesterday.
Oh, I saw it. I just figured it'd be kind of hard to describe in a audio medium.
We'll do our best later on this segment. But, man, is it going to create some comedic element of baseball every once in a while. But before we do that, we got to talk to our man from ESPN. It's been a day of insiders, of insider talk a little bit. Some of the news that went down yesterday. But we're fully focused on the Philadelphia Eagles, Johnny, and we are 8 days away from the NFL draft. Our man Adam Schefter joins us. Schefty, good morning. I missed you last week.
What's going on, guys?
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Yeah, always good to hear from you.
It's been a while. You know, we're 8 days out from the draft, and it's weird because in Philly we're usually so draft-focused, and this year it's all been A.J. Brown, it's all been the other stuff, and really draft has not gotten the same play here.
Well, the draft, it's not considered to be as star-studded a draft as some other years. The draft is always going to be interesting. The draft is always going to be exciting. The draft is always going to be something where people look forward to. But it just, when you compare this draft to other drafts, it's missing just a little bit of that star power. Maybe it's the quarterbacks. I don't know. But so when you have other storylines, other drama that seems to trump some of the draft storylines that'll obviously be unfolding here over the next 8 days.
So, Schefter, considering the draft class not really being what you are saying is star-studded, do you expect a lot of movement in the first round, or do you think a lot of teams will kind of just stand put?
Well, there's always going to be movement. That continually happens, and I would expect that there'll be movement next week. There just might not be quite as much movement early as we've seen in other years. Like, there have been some years where there's been a ton of trades. In fact, I have to go back and look to see the number of trades in recent years.
Well, last year had a couple, right? Falcons traded back into the first round. Eagles made their trade. So there were a lot last year. It just feels like this year's kind of quiet.
Yeah, well, so far. But, a lot of this action doesn't take place until during the draft. The Jaguars didn't complete that trade with the Browns until they were on the clock.
Right.
That's when it came out. So that's when it happens.
Are you a believer that from the I know you do all the research leading up to the draft, that people feel that there are a lot of players with a real, true first-round grade, or maybe a lot less than usual?
No, I think it might be slightly less than normal, but it's still there. I don't know what the number is, but there are ample players that are worthy of a first-round grade. That's not really an issue.
Schefter, last Friday, the Eagles make the trade for Dontavian Wicks. Obviously, our first thought, everybody in Philadelphia, is what does this have to do with A.J. Brown? Do you think it had anything to do with A.J. Brown, or was Howie Roseman just kind of playing his cards in case something were to go down?
I don't think any of these wide receiver moves specifically has something to do with A.J. Brown, but to think that it would not be a part of it at all, I think would probably be a little bit ignorant. I think that, look, there's certainly the possibility, it remains open, that he's going to be traded on or after June 1st. And so with that in mind, if you see a player that can help you, particularly a wide receiver, whether it's Marquise Brown, Elijah Moore, Dontavian Wicks, depth, to add anyway, having lost Jahan Dotson in free agency, with the idea that possibly they could lose A.J. Brown. I mean, they need some receivers. They need some depth. And so with that being the case, you go out and you get players like that. That's how it sort of happens.
Is anybody in NFL circles going to ask the question if Mike Vrabel's activities should be looked into and investigated?
Well, again, does it violate the NFL's personal conduct policy, I guess?
Yeah, I would imagine that it would. I'm not sure.
I'd like to, I don't have it in front of me to see the actual definition of what it is. I think it's if you bring negative attention to the league, then it could be reviewed.
If this doesn't hit that standard of negative attention on the league, and more importantly, the integrity of the league and its sort of reporting, I would be shocked if that wouldn't hit that standard.
Yeah. Well, I have not heard the league is. I could see where it might. I don't have the answer to it right now.
Schefter, I know you'll probably be careful with this one, but as a reporter doing what you do for a living, how do you feel about Mike Vrabel not speaking to reporters?
Well, again, look, I'm not going to defend him here, but the fact of the matter is that the Patriots had sent out an email in March, well before the owners' meetings, that Elliott Wolf would be holding that press conference. That did happen. So it wasn't like they withheld him last week. That was already on the docket, despite what people think. It becomes a convenient storyline. But, yeah, I mean, I think, it's a fair question for people to ask of him when he is available after the draft. He's going to be available at some point in time, right? So if they want to ask you about it, that's fair game to me.
How do you draw the line in a guy in your job? How do you draw a line between creating some sort of a personal relationship with the people that you cover. Because a lot of people are trying to draw parallels between people being invited to, he went to Sean McVay's wedding or things like that and saying it's the exact same thing. I think that's nonsense, but I want you to be able to answer to that.
I don't know how you answer. It's a, how do I say this? Like when people say, what's charisma? I don't know. You kind of know it when you see it. And I kind of feel like this. How do you know what's right and what's wrong? You just kind of know. You just kind of know. There's a certain line that you don't cross. And different people have different lines, different boundaries. And again, I think I'd like to think that people in their own minds could figure out what's appropriate and what's inappropriate. And there might be some that straddle the line, maybe, obviously. But I think good is good, bad is bad, right is right, wrong is wrong, appropriate is appropriate, and inappropriate is inappropriate. I don't know what else to say.
Adam Schefter joining us here on Kincade and Salciunas. We're getting closer to the NFL draft. We talked about it a little bit with you already. The Eagles have to start thinking about who could be the next Lane Johnson. Have you heard anything about Lane Johnson's future and just how many more years he thinks he has left?
Look, he's done it at such a long, high level, at such a physical level. So, look, he's got to be in the closing years, if not year. So I don't know exactly whether that's 1, 2, 3 years left, but it's not much. I think we all know that. The questions have come up. So we'll see how that plays out. But obviously you have to be aware that that's coming at some point in the future here.
Have you heard anything in any kind of whispers about an Eagles stadium?
No, just what they've talked about. That just what they've talked about at the owners' meetings, just that it's on the horizon at some point in time, but I really have no knowledge of that.
Do you believe that the only way the Eagles would be able to get a Super Bowl would be to put a retractable dome on the stadium since New York got a Super Bowl without a dome?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. You bring up New York getting a Super Bowl. Minnesota had a roof and did get a Super Bowl. I would just say that I would think that if the stadium had a retractable roof, that the chances of getting a Super Bowl would be enhanced. I would say I feel comfortable saying that. I'm not going to say they couldn't get one if they don't have that. I don't think that's true. But obviously, when they've gone cold weather, it's usually been indoor Super Bowls, and that's what the league likes to do.
Shefty, when the Eagles made the trade for Dontavian Wicks, a lot of the comments were, well, this isn't a replacement of A.J. Brown because he's not good enough. And I totally understand that. My question for you, have you talked to people around the NFL that believe Devontae Smith could take that game, his game, to the next level and be that replacement to A.J. Brown?
Well, I definitely think that. I mean, I think Devontae Smith is one of the, if not the most respected player within that organization. Like, he's got widespread admiration, respect for how he handles himself, his toughness, and his talent. And so if A.J. Brown were not there, yes, I believe that they believe that Devontae Smith could be a 1. Absolutely. I mean, he's been a 1 anyway. He's been a 1A.
Sure.
That's what it's 1 and 1A. So would he have an elevated role? I would think that probably would be the case, yeah.
All right, fair enough. One last draft question for you. Who is the player that a lot of teams might be clamoring where they would make the trade up for him? Because there's one name that keeps on coming up here in Philadelphia. It's the tight end Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon. Is there a player or two that you think a lot of teams will be interested in moving up for to try to land?
I will say this. I think that there are going to be a lot more teams. I've spoken to a bunch of teams that are interested in trading back. Like, they'll say, hey, if you hear of anybody that wants to come up, let me know. Yeah, okay. Many teams that want to come up. Dallas potentially could want to come up for a defensive player, whether that's Sonny Styles or Ruben Bain or whoever. And maybe somebody will want to come up for Kenyon Sadiq. I actually could see people want to come up for Caden Proctor, believe it or not. One of these offensive linemen, because there's going to be a run on offensive lineman starting at around 11 or 13 to the Eagles' turn. So we'll see. But, yeah, there'll be some activity. There always is. But there are a lot more teams that want to trade back than want to trade up.
All right, fair enough.
Thank you, Adam.
Shefty, we appreciate the time as always, and we'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys.
No interlocking fingers.
Yeah, don't.
I don't want to. I don't want to see Adam interlocking fingers with Nick Sirianni and anything. Adam's answer was perfect. If you can't see with your own eyes and understand what's appropriate and what isn't appropriate, because the amount of people trying to spin doctor, like what? Well, this is just like somebody going. They're like people went to Sean McVay's wedding. People went to. It's not the same. It's not. If you can't see the difference, I don't get it.
Yeah, Shefty he straight up said, look, if it feels wrong, then it's probably wrong.
Like if you can't look at it.
I don't know how people don't realize.
Like
that.
if you don't look at it, like show me the pictures of you're not going to find Shefty in the hot tub, And it's just so stupid. And more importantly, the cover story that they came up with. I'm going to say cover story because nobody can defend it.
Oh, yeah.
It's
the girls' trip.
The girls' trip where no girls can be produced. Oh, my boys and
First it was Friends. Then it became girls' trip.
Then it became a girls' trip, which, by the way, the resort says it is a couples-only retreat right on their freaking website, which, by the way, then they had to change their website stuff. And there's it's a couples-only place.
I went on vacation last week.
It's not a woo girls. It's not a woo girls retreat.
No.
It's not where the woo girls go for the weekend to go party and drink and hang out and make noise at the pool. It is a quiet oasis.
Yeah.
And only 2 people. Yeah. Uh-huh. Man, I'll tell you.
Must have been a fun trip.
Must have been.
All right. Before we got to Shefty, I told you about this ABS challenge. So, Johnny.
Was it worse than the Phillies game last night?
It was the worst challenge ever. Andrew Monasterio. He was with the Brewers for 3 years, and now he's with the Reds. He's a bench guy.
Bench guy.
So this guy's doing whatever he can to, get playing time.
Yes.
There was a 2-2 pitch, and this is in the 6th inning, so this isn't like 9th inning desperation.
Right.
John, 2-2 pitch that, as close to middle as possible.
That gets a great pitch.
And he taps his head.
Oh, no.
And then he has to stand there and watch on the big screen, because that's how they show you. They show the challenge on the big screen. This pitch go slightly off of the middle of the plate.
What did did they show his manager? I wondered if they show the manager at that point. Because I'd be ready to kill him.
Let me see here. They show him walking off the field.
I'd be ready to kill him.
No manager shot.
Because I'd be are you kidding me, dude? Seriously?
And that's embarrassing. The first week of the season was so much embarrassment for the umpires, right? That was the worst one for a player. He's standing there all tall, thinking that it was a ball.
Who was the Philly who challenged last night?
Trey had one. That barely caught the corner.
But it was
that was a fair challenge.
Yeah,
it was a fair challenge.
This one was
it was minuscule. Trey's was minuscule.
The Phils haven't had too many. Crawford had one kind of bad one,
But last night, this guy for the Red Sox, that was a ball. The catcher catches it, you walk off the field. You
gotta know.
You don't do anything else. He challenged it.
Oh,
There he
boy.
is. All right, coming up next. How aggressive could the Eagles be in the first round of the NFL draft? One mock draft suggests that they could be pretty aggressive.
Really?
Tell you what next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 Fanatic.
Want to tell you about my friends at Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square. 2 great locations for you to get acquainted with the diamond buying process. And I can tell you, look, we all love Brendan Gunn here at the Fanatic, but I knew when B. Gunn was trying to get engaged, I knew he didn't know anything about the diamond buying process because, look, the folks at Benari will lead you through it. So I took him in, introduced him to the great crew in Newtown Square. They got another beautiful showroom in Exton, too. And he was able to design his lady's beautiful ring for her himself. How about this? An industry-leading 110% diamond upgrade guarantee came along with it. That means that his diamond is never going to lose value when she's ready to upgrade it. It's amazing. The diamond she deserves, the ring she wants, and still staying under budget because Benari honestly takes care of customers from the beginning. They're looking to create a long-term relationship that's going to keep you coming back to buy her jewelry for all the big events down the line. I love the relationship I've got with Benari Jewelers, and they want to create one with you, too. Visit Benari Jewelers in Exton and Newtown Square. You can check out a lot about this great, great company at BenariJewelers.com. And when you go in, please tell them that John Kincade sent you.
Now, on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A huge matchup with the Magic. I'm Connor Thomas, and that's what the Sixers have tonight as they get their first shot at trying to make their way into the playoffs. The 7-8 play-in game is this evening at 7:30 with Orlando from the Xfinity Mobile Arena. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. And if the Sixers win, it's going to be a matchup with the Boston Celtics in the first round. If they lose, well, the Hornets took down the Heat in overtime last night, so it would be a win-or-go-home game Friday against Charlotte. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday. They previewed the NFL draft, but of course, Howie was asked about A.J. Brown, and well, he gave a pretty straight answer.
The odds are that I'm answering this question any different than I answered anywhere else. Like, really? Like, do you think that's like 50%? Do you think that's 75%?
Like I needed to just need to ask.
A.J. Brown's an Eagle.
And that's factual at this point, so no new news on the A.J. Brown front, but the draft just a week away. Flyers finished their regular season with a 4-2 win over the Canadiens last night. Now it's time to gear up for Pittsburgh in the playoffs. The Phils lost to the Cubs 10-4 last evening. A bullpen allowed 6 earned runs. A rough night for the relievers. Game 3 tonight at 6:40 p.m. Jesus Luzardo faces Shota Imanaga. We'll talk to Tony Jones of The Athletic coming up at 9:05 to get you geared up for the play-in game tonight. This update is brought to you by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call the 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MADD-HELP or visit MADD.org. I'm Connor Thomas for them with the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it's 8:31 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. You can rewatch the entire Adam Schefter interview or listen to it on 97.5thefanatic.com. Rewatch it on YouTube. However you take in the show, we appreciate you being a part of it every single day. So we asked Schefty some draft questions because we're 8 days away. Tomorrow will be 1 week from the draft. We'll have Andrew DeCecco in studio for 2 hours. So this is his time. I can't wait to be able to talk to DeCecco about all that kind of stuff. Schefty made it sound like more trade backs than trade ups. Well, that means the team has to trade up. But it looks like maybe more teams will be looking to trade back as opposed to teams looking to trade up.
And that seems like something that Andrew DeCecco spoke to last week.
Okay.
He'll join us tomorrow. Like I said to him, I said, could you see Howie trading back? And he said, absolutely. In the first round. He could see him trading back for more assets. Sliding back a little bit.
For future years?
No. Getting more assets maybe for this draft, maybe for like moving back though.
Okay.
And not picking at 23, I think's the number, that they would move
23.
back. He said, I could see them moving back to 20, like from 23 to 26, 27, if it meant picking up another third round pick or something like that.
Sure.
So I do believe moving back seems like a
play.
Thing. I got to tell you, there's one thing I did put on just a little side note. I'm putting out a tweet. I said I've got to say the amount of media people that have come out on this Rossini Vrabel story that we talked about with Adam Schefter that have and Adam didn't do this, that are decrying the Rossini Vrabel story coverage. Mm-hmm. Like, oh my gosh, mind their own business. What is this about? And I'm looking at some of the names that literally spend their entire careers talking TMZ type stories of the athletes' lives that they cover.
Right, they're public figures.
Is just fascinating to me.
If I did something,
right?
If I did something that would be a story, people would talk about it because we are public figures. It's the way that it is.
It's unbelievable to me.
Yeah. So the latest mock draft on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Now, this goes against everything that Schefty just said. It goes against what you were saying about what DeCecco said to you last week. This draft has them staying at 23, but also trading in at the back end of the first round. So here's what they have the Eagles selecting in the first round. Look, the mock drafts, this is why I don't like them, because they're all over the place. They have the Eagles selecting Kenyon Sadiq at 23.
They're not getting him at 23.
That's all I hear.
There's no way. I would put almost anything that I own that he is not on the table at 23.
That's the thing.
Now, Andrew said, I think last week said, when he was with us, Connor, I think he said 16 was the latest. 16, 17 was like the latest you could be in the mix for him. So that's going to be a significant move up.
Yeah, that's
a significant move up.
So they have him selecting Sadiq. Look, if that happens, then sign me up. At 23?
I got to tell you, I love him.
Sign me up.
I love him, but they're not getting him at 23.
Hey, Monday's a holiday. Maybe a gas mask picture comes out or something.
Maybe that has happened before and it has worked. And then they have him trading back into 30.
What?
Via the Dolphins, via the Broncos. So the Dolphins have the 30th overall pick or something like that from Denver. The Eagles get the 30th pick. They trade the 54th and the 68th pick. So that's two pretty decent picks to get the offensive tackle out of Arizona State. I always struggle with his name. DeCecco helped us out. Max.
Oh, well, good luck with that.
Iron Anchor.
Good luck with that. Good luck with
whatever,
that.
Whatever
We'll just call him Max.
We know him
well enough at this point.
Offensive tackle out of Arizona State.
That's the pick from the Waddle trade, by the way, I believe.
That's what it was.
All
okay.
Right. There you go.
So when you hear somebody like Adam Schefter saying more trade backs and more not explosive first-round talent, but you're getting one. Kenyon Sadiq, nobody said anything about Kenyon Sadiq in a negative way. He's like the darling of the draft. It's just he's a tight end, so nobody's going to be selecting him with the top 5 pick. So he's kind of the darling of the draft, the guy that's ready for the NFL, proved it in college, proved it at the combine, apparently had tremendous meetings with every team that he spoke to. So if the Eagles can get him and an offensive tackle that you can work with a little bit, That's a pretty good draft, but you're giving up 2 pretty good picks for it. Would you do that?
Would I have the conversation? Sure.
Okay.
I'd have that conversation.
We've talked about them needing to come away with 2 positions in this draft. And you would get both of them in the first round? Tackle and tight end?
I would absolutely have that conversation.
Would Howie do it?
Yes.
I don't think so.
See, now I think Howie would absolutely consider it. No questions asked. This is Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman is the most aggressive general manager in the game. So would he do it? Yeah. Would Howie do? Now, that specific move, we don't know.
Right.
But would Howie do it? Like like in the mythology of would he pull a move like that? He'd be one of the most likely guys to do it. I think he'd be the most likely general manager in football to do it.
Let's see here. What do the Eagles have? They have 54 and 68. That's both their second and third round pick, but they have the compensatory third.
Well, if you told me I'm getting those 2 players, I am fine with them having no picks other than those 2 players till Saturday.
Okay. That's interesting.
If you told me I'm walking away with those 2 players, I would be fine with saying I'm not picking again till Saturday.
Yeah, I'd probably be good with that too.
You too?
Yeah, because they do need depth pieces, but when you really look at starter need on this team, there isn't that much. And you know that free agency can kind of open up, or the trade market opens up a little bit more after the draft. You get the opportunity to get those final pick-ins.
And you know what I like, Connor? Those are 2 positions that I know I got 5 years.
Yeah, you can groom. You can groom
I
them
got
a little
5
bit.
years, and I got 5 years cost control that I can work with. Probably 4 because you're going to want to do the deal probably in the 4th year. But I've got 4 years of cost control at those 2 positions. I'm feeling great.
All right.
I'm feeling great about that.
Max, Ehal,
Yeah, don't even start.
Yeah, that sounds
According
right.
to Google AI, Ehal Nucor.
Was he a donkey?
So that knowing us, we'll get that name right day one.
Oh, yeah.
We're getting that name right day one.
Oh, yeah, this town? Yeah.
All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. You can check it out in Burlington, and you can text in at 610-632-0975.
Couldn't say freaking Alshon Jeffrey right, but we'll get that one.
And they had to make it Jeffries.
Yeah, I don't know. That's the one I don't get. The adding of the S.
I've never understood. But you know what? It happens in every city because they did it in Atlanta too.
Okay.
It happens in every city.
So we have people with some interesting takes on the question you asked about the trust in reporters. Who do you trust? Why do you trust them? So Patrick from Havertown says, I don't think reporters make things up, but I do think they skew coverage to curry and keep favor with sources they rely on. The concept of an insider tells me that access matters more than accuracy.
Okay, whoever says that, whoever that person is, I absolutely 100% agree, not 99%, I 100%. I don't believe it's everybody. But I guarantee you I believe that 100%. No questions asked. There are insiders who will put stuff out there for certain people in order to stay on their good side to be able to get information.
Yeah. I know of an occasion where somebody was texted something and I was shown the text and I was like, don't put that out there.
Don't run with it because you're going to get
And
you're being used.
And they did not. And then somebody else did. And that person got eviscerated. Because it was just, everybody knew it wasn't true. So, to the texter's point, yes. Now, look,
the thing is,
it is up to the reporter's judgment, though, still. Like, if you're being sent something that's just to try to change the narrative, you got to be careful. Now, again, the Diana Rossini thing, A.J. Brown to the Patriots makes sense.
It does.
Right. Whether she's canoodling allegedly with Mike Vrabel or not.
It's not alleged.
It is. Let's stay alleged.
No,
for the
it's
sake.
not alleged that they're. It's not when you're interlocking fingers with somebody, when you're in the hot tub with somebody. That's not alleged. Those are visuals.
We still should say alleged.
Holding
That's
hands
not
is
alleged.
a little different than
Interlocking
than pillow
fingers. No,
talk.
you just say exactly what happened, Connor. You don't have to say alleged when it's exactly what was happening. 2 people are holding hands on a private balcony, interlocking their fingers, and they're in the hot tub together with no other people. You don't have to say alleged to that because that's what happened.
Regardless, A.J. Brown to the Patriots makes sense. Like,
it makes complete sense.
It makes sense. So Diana Rossini didn't have to use her better judgment
Does she have any?
I don't know.
I'm not sure she does.
But there are some times where reporters, to the texter's point and what we just talked about, have gotten information. And look at when free agent signings happen. This player signed with this team and then it's the agency.
That texter, though, is exactly correct. So if they believe that stuff happens all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we all know. We all have experience with it.
Damn right.
It happens.
Coming up next. So Porter Martone scores yesterday, Johnny.
It's unbelievable.
9 points in 9 games for the 19-year-old. What other early starts to careers captivated us as much as he has? Think of a few names during the break, and we'll discuss them on the air. You can immediately text in your answers as well. Players that came to the major leagues or NFL, NHL, NBA, and right away made an impact. Doesn't mean they continue to play well. It's just they came out and you were like, wow, this guy's really good. 610-632-0975, Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. All right, let's talk about that FanDuel Sportsbook app because they have Play in Palooza. More reasons why to watch these playing games, especially with the Sixers in action tonight. NBA fans, you can enter FanDuel's Play in Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets every day of the play-in tournament. So they did the $2 million in bonus bets yesterday. They'll do $2 million in bonus bets today. And as this play-in tournament continues, all you have to do is place a live bet using your Play in Palooza token. So when the Sixers game tips off, as Debbie Downer as I am today, I believe they win tonight. So you would then put the Sixers money line down, right? Just do that. Sixers money line, because it's a 2.5-point line anyway. But wait till the game tips off. Then you'll automatically be entered for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Don't just watch the NBA play-in tournament from the sidelines. Be part of the action by going to FanDuel.com/local. And don't forget to enter FanDuel's Play-in Palooza for a chance to win a share of $2 million in bonus bets. Play your game with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Limit 1 entry. Profit boost bonus. Issued as non-trouble profit boost token. Prizes issued as non-trouble bonus bets, which expires 7 days at the receipt. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Weekdays with Marks. Now more of Kincade and Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, it's 8:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Who are the young players that made it to the scene and immediately just sort of took Philadelphia by storm? 10 points in 9 games for Porter Martone. My apologies. Thank you for the correction.
Yes, because he had a nice 2-point game last night.
That's right. He was 9 and 9, and then he got the 10th. Yeah.
He has a nose for the net, man.
Yeah. By the way, I loved. Look, there was not as much going on yesterday. Not as many players. Michkov had 8 shots on net. Martone had 5. Like, they were just attacking the net.
Isn't it? You know what's really good though is that look, Michkov deserved every bit of the critique he was getting at the beginning of this year.
Yes, he did.
He earned it. I'm not in any way. It is like making an excuse for him. But I am proud of when a player goes, okay, I obviously wasn't doing what I needed to do, and now you can make up for it. You can go out there and you can show. He has obviously responded well to Rick Tockett's prodding, and Rick Tocchet was not going to let him slide on things.
No. By the way, I miss a goal scorer, man.
Oh, don't you?
Like a goal scorer. I wore my Jeff Carter jersey yesterday.
That was amazing, by the way. Amy and I both were impressed with that. We were very impressed with that.
He was one of the last goal scorers for the Flyers.
See, that's incredible.
That's late 2000s to 2008. He had 46 goals in 2008-09.
Thing is that is the thing during a run, and this is going to sound stupid because it's going to sound totally geekish, but that's something about one of these runs that always makes me smile the most is when I'll be at the Wawa, and someone comes in with the Carter jersey. And I go, oh, my gosh.
Well, yeah.
That's awesome because that to me says, okay, either that guy just dusted that off and they're back on board, or that guy has been loyal all along and he's just been, now he's getting rewarded for his loyalty.
Damn right.
And
that's exactly what I was.
There's so much there's so much excitement. It's just this is great. This is going to be so much fun. Anthony Sanfilippo, by the way.
Yes.
Putting out a tweet. He says, what looks like the preferred plan for the playoff series for the Flyers. He tweeted this around 10 minutes ago. Ant San. We trust him big time. Saturday, Monday, which we're thinking. And yesterday, it appeared from the Pat McAfee show. He had a graphic up, Battle of Pennsylvania, Saturday. So it looks like Saturday, Monday, and then Thursday, Saturday for the games in Philadelphia, Game 3, Game 4.
Okay.
So that's what it looks like. They want to get that Saturday game on national TV again in Philadelphia for Game 4.
I like that.
So Florence and the Machine, looks like you're going to get kicked out for the Saturday concert.
Yeah.
I really don't
days
think
are indeed over.
I think that's
I think it's good. I don't think
fair.
anybody's going to be crying except the, fans of Florence.
By the way, Jeff Carter, 46 goals, 08-09. So after that, your next highest goal scorer was 37 by Scott Hartnell in 11-12.
Wow, that's incredible.
Whatever happened to that Hartnell guy?
I don't know.
The next closest, Jeff Carter, again, 36. And then we're talking Wayne Simmons.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, they haven't had a goal scorer in a long time. It'll be nice to see if Martone and Michkov can become that one day. All right, so who are some of the young players that when they got to the scene, you're like, oh, my God, who is this person? Reese Hoskins is always like the first name I think of. Yeah, like the dude did what? It was 17
all the
home runs in
right,
like 50-some games. Like, it was ridiculous.
It was staggering. What Reese did was staggering.
What other name? I have another obvious one, but I want to see if anybody else says
What
it.
was your obvious one? Go on, give me your obvious one, because if it's obvious.
Don Brown.
Yeah, Don Brown was one.
Dominic Brown was
like, that was obvious.
Like, that guy, you're thinking, what? Who is this guy? So, again, not all of them turn out to be great players. Connor, do you have a name of a player, a rookie, right? Guy's making his debut and immediately is making an impact.
We'll go with the throwback Phillies name that people will just smile to hear. How about Vance Worley?
See, Vance Worley's a great one.
That's a great one.
Connor, that's a great one.
Had a couple of games in 2010 before he had his big year in 2011, but he was pretty darn good from the start, and now he's just pitching for Great Britain every couple of years in the World Baseball Classic.
That is pretty funny.
And that's one that everybody we'll talk about. I'm going to say one for you guys that is way too young for you, but for a lot of our listeners, they'll remember. Marty Bystrom in 1980 came up and as a rookie went 5-0 down the stretch. And I don't know what his ERA was. I'm gonna say something stupid.
I think it was in the
it was
ones.
like one. No, once.
Yeah.
It was amazing. But Marty Bystrom came out of nowhere and nobody could hit him. And honestly, 9th grade, 10th grade, John thought that Marty Bystrom was going to be the next top of the rotation.
He went 5-0 with a 1.50 ERA.
1.5. Okay,
is that good?
So it was really good. And so, but young John thought that he was going to be the next, towards top of the rotation forever.
I think
Marty
baseball's
Bystrom.
the one where you'll get it the most because there's no books on you yet.
Like Stock in '93, helping that team out midseason.
And then that's why baseball's so hard. Dominic Brown literally looked like he was going to be the next Barry Bonds, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh, wait, he loops every swing. Let's just throw high pitches in the zone. He's not going to touch them. And he didn't.
And he didn't.
And he didn't.
Then it fell apart.
Do we have any names on the text line? Did anything come in right away? I know, who is it? Travis Fulgham?
Oh, yeah.
Even though he bounced around a little bit before he came here.
A rookie.
I have another flyer.
Another flyer?
Gossip Bear.
Yeah, we had that on the text line
okay.
from Kevin.
And they missed the boat on him.
They did.
What?
Before he got traded, he started falling apart a little bit.
That's because
people were upset that
this organization screwed it.
Right, and the trade was for nothing.
This organization screwed that one up big time.
Yeah.
Because Ghost is
solid. He's a solid player.
He's shown that that they screwed that one up big time.
We have a coach on the text line here.
Okay.
This texter says Chip Kelly.
Yeah, I mean, look, early on, we were watching Madden. We were pretty much watching a Madden video game.
See, now here's where I say, though, is that, again, I think people don't watch college football. Because, I mean, it was I knew exactly what Chip Kelly was going to do, and I can document it on Twitter. Hated it. Hated the hire from day one. Because I knew he was going to do that. He was going to wear out the defense. He was going to play this offense that everybody thought, wow, this is so innovative. But it can't win. It's a system that can't win.
Well, yeah, but that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about the bursting on the scene in an exciting way.
Well, if you're talking on the Rob Thompson, then.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Dude, 10 wins in a row.
Nobody even knew who Rob Thompson was.
10 wins in a row, right after they fired Joe Girardi.
And nobody knew who Rob Thompson was. I had seen Rob Thompson at batting practice. I didn't know who Rob Thompson was.
Right.
I mean, it was, it's amazing.
So if you have any other names, guys that, made their debuts, whether they were top prospects like Porter Martone or just another guy that gets called up and you're like, whoa, what did we find here? Whether it continued to work out or not, because I think it's more often that it does not continue. Let us know. You can text in 610-632-0975. Coming up next, Tony Jones. He's been joining us all season long. Does he have any update on Joel Embiid? Is there a game that we can target? Do they have a game? Because they got to win tonight or Friday first. We'll preview tonight's game with Tony next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Play-in night for the Sixers. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers get their first shot at making the playoffs proper tonight as they get set to take on the Magic in the 7-8 seed game. Tip-off is at 7:30 p.m. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic. If the Sixers win, they'll get a first-round matchup with the Boston Celtics. If they lose, well, they'll be taking on the Hornets, who beat the Heat in overtime last night in the 9-10 game. That would make a winner-go-home appointment on Friday night at the Xfinity Mobile Arena against Charlotte. Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday, previewed the NFL draft. Howie Roseman did say A.J. Brown is an Eagle, which is factual at this point. He also talked about the Eagles' pick at 23 overall.
I think we go into this draft being very comfortable with having 23 guys we're ready to take. If something happens that somebody who's higher on our board than 23rd is available, we'll be ready for that.
So, sounds like the Eagles are prepared. The Flyers, they're prepared for the postseason now. They finished up the regular season with a 4-2 win over the Canadiens last night. Now it's time to gear up for Pittsburgh in the playoffs. That series starts at some point this weekend. We'll let you know when it's official. Phillies lost to the Cubs 10-4 last night. Bullpen allowed 6 earned runs. Rough night for the relievers. Game 3 is tonight at 6:40 p.m. Jesus Luzardo faces Shota Imanaga in the pitching matchup. Tony Jones of The Athletic joins us next to preview the play-in game. This update is brought to you by Papa John's. They're turning up the heat with your choice of 3 new oven-toasted sandwiches, just $7.99 each or $6.99 with Papa's Pairings. Order today at papajohns.com on the app or stop by your local Papa John's. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
What Andrew and John have to say. Don't worry, we will. But first, let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade and Salciunas.
I'm never disappointed in you. But today, when I saw you as I walked in that door, I'm disappointed in you. You are somebody who has given me a greater appreciation for the Sixers. The Sixers are my 4. Of the 4 major sports team in town, we always talk about this. Yep. The Sixers are my 4. But you have made them so much more relevant in my airspace since we've started to work together. You've made them so much more relevant to me. And today, they have a chance to play themselves into a series with the Boston Celtics. And I got to tell you, you aren't matching Connor Thomas and my energy.
Well, my question is, what do you want me to do?
I want you to... No. You don't have to fake it.
Let's go Sixers!
No, I'm actually excited to watch tonight's game.
Yeah, I'm ready to watch 7:30 tonight. I'll be there 7:30 tonight. In case you're wondering, I'm wearing a Temple shirt. I'm not wearing Sixers gear today. It's not really out of protest. It's just out of...
You didn't think of it today. And that, to me, is the crazy part, is that you're the guy who inspires more Sixers love than anyone I've ever worked with.
Yeah, but I can't get up for this. Like, the other day, I put on the Flyers pregame show. Puck drop was at 7 o'clock. I put the TV on at 6:30.
And you never do that.
I never do that because I'm always with Coop and all this kind of stuff. And look, I'll put it on right at 7 because I get the alert. Game star. Oh, okay, got to put the game on. But I put the TV on 30 minutes before the game. Tonight's 7:29. The TV will go on at 7:29, and I will watch tonight's game like it's any other game.
Now back to the show.
Yeah, it's just like it's any other game, and unfortunately, it's a pretty big one. Now, it's not must win. You lose, you get the other chance on Friday, but I don't want to mess around with that. I don't think anybody does. I get the whole it might be better to play the Pistons than the Celtics, but it's not a guarantee that you win Friday if you lose tonight. Without Joel Embiid, you're not as good of a basketball team.
This is essentially Flyers Hurricanes. It is. You do have another night if you don't win it, but take care of business. Find your way in.
Yeah.
The vibe is different, obviously, with the way that they're making it to this point. But if you can't get up for this one, like you kind of have to.
The big difference with the Flyers and Sixers thing, to your point, is that the Sixers can't get help. Like the Flyers could have lost both games and still gotten help. They were in third place.
And they got so much help.
Right, they were in third place. If the Sixers lose tonight and Friday, there's no like, oh well, this could happen, and they're out.
By the way,
period.
it is a disaster that happens.
Yeah, it would be.
Unless the NBA fixes the lottery like they did last year for Dallas, and the Sixers end up with the number 1 pick.
Or top 4. Because what's top 4 protected?
Top 4 protected.
Top 4
yes.
protected.
I'll take another third overall pick.
I don't think we're going to be that lucky.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Well, the NBA is a way of doing these.
Yeah, but the
kind of
NBA
things.
also hates the Sixers. So they would not help them out.
Oh, man, that's great.
Do you still remember when the Gandhi said that the Sixers lost the pick? I was like, no, that's not true, is it?
No.
Love Kevin.
Love Kevin.
All right. Tony Jones is going to be joining us coming up at 9:05. Covers the Sixers for The Athletic. We've been talking to him all season long. Great addition to the city of Philadelphia. Great addition to Kincade and Salciunas.
By the way, he's been fantastic. How nice a guy is Tony?
He's the best.
His daughter, same age as Liv, with a background of understanding Salt Lake City.
That's right.
To be like, hey, if she needs any help understanding like where to go in Salt Lake in her new town, Tony's daughter to help out Liv. How about that?
That's nice.
Like, what a good dude Tony Jones is.
How about that?
Like,
people helping people.
He's a sweetheart of a guy.
Damn right he is. And we'll talk to him about a minute.
Good NBA writer, too.
Yes. And as Connor calls him up, I'll update you on the poll. The Dr. Avi Donapel Iron Mountain Men's Health
Tell
poll.
us about your poll.
4 hours strong, man. Always. What is your vibe for the Sixers heading into the play-in / postseason? The 4 options, whatever happens, happens. Looking for bright spots, which is I know where you're at. Fired up. Or not much. And as I predicted, majority of the voters with me, not much, 47.5%. Whatever happens is at 33.9%. Looking for bright spots, 12.7 with you, Johnny, and 5.9, just 5.9, fired up. And we have a pair of tickets that we're giving away for tonight's game. And the pair of tickets has to go to one of those 5.9. It has to. You're going into this playing game, you gotta bring it. And we do have a leader in the clubhouse because he's really the only guy in the clubhouse. Xavier's been the only texter that has shown excitement. He was the one that mentioned Eastern Conference Finals.
I thought Xavier was I was checking to see if he needs a drug test.
Yeah, but hey, if he needs drugs to watch the game, then I go for it. I might join you. So go for it, Xavier. So Xavier's our leader in the clubhouse right now. We have a little less than an hour to go. But joining us
There we go.
Here on Kincade and Salciunas. We've been talking to him all season long. Even though he came from covering the Jazz to the Sixers, nothing really changed in terms of the Sixers storylines. It's whether or not Joel Embiid's going to be healthy. Tony, welcome to the party going into the playoffs. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, and yes, you're right. That's been the storyline all season.
All season long,
really has been.
all decade long, really.
It's just wild.
Let's start there. I know this is an open-ended kind of question, but what have you heard the latest on Joel Embiid and a potential timeline?
The problem with an appendicitis is that it's hard to deviate from the timeline. I mean, he's going to have to do 10, 14 days with no physical activity. So that's going to take him, and that's, if the Sixers win tonight, that's going to take them, into the first round. So that will be around next Thursday. Then, you're going to have a ramp up even if you push it. So even if you push it, you're looking at game 4, game 3, maybe at the absolute earliest before Joel has a chance to come back. And here's the thing: there's a major difference between the schedule for the 2-7 seed, which would be the Boston series, and the 1-8 seed, which would be the Detroit series. The Boston series goes Sunday, Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. So by that next Sunday, you're already in Game 4. The Detroit series goes Sunday, Wednesday, Saturday, Monday. So there's an extra day, and there's extra days between Games 1 and Games 2 and Games 2 and Games 3. So it might actually, in some perverse way, be more advantageous for the Sixers in terms of potentially getting Joel Embiid back to be the 8th seed instead of the 7th seed.
I think also the 8th seed, doesn't it give you a better chance beating Detroit over 7 games than Boston? If you're looking at the matchups logically, isn't Boston truly the more dangerous team?
I think that they're the more dangerous matchup for the Sixers because Boston presents a math problem. They take and make so many threes, and the Sixers don't take and make a ton of threes. In Detroit, even with the issues with physicality, the issues that they would have with Jalen Duren, the issues that they would have obviously in covering and dealing with Cade Cunningham, they don't take and make a ton of threes. So it's not the math issue in reference to matching up with Detroit that it is with matching up with a potential matchup with Boston. Either matchup, the Sixers would be, in my eyes, a significant underdog, especially without Joel Embiid. But if you're giving me the lesser of the two evils, I would certainly take Detroit over Boston if I were Philly.
Tony, yesterday on ESPN.com, there was a preview of every single matchup and every team going into the playoffs. And for the Sixers, one of the questions they discussed was what would they consider a success? And the writer said getting out of the play-in. Now, that is clearly a national writer that has not lived it the way we have here in Philadelphia over the last decade. So I'll ask you, what do the Sixers at this point, knowing that Embiid's status is shaky and the Paul George experiment has not necessarily gone their way, what do they consider a success at this point, and is there one?
I think it's a convoluted answer because of the fact that, Joel and Paul George have largely been non-available this year. But I would say this team somehow with, Joel Embiid playing 38 games, with Paul George being suspended for 25 games, with Kelly Oubre Jr. missing a chunk of the season, with Tyrese Maxey coming up with his ligament damage towards the tail end of the season, with probably looking at VJ Eskrim as the only major player who's been largely available this year. I mean, obviously Maxey has been largely available as well. With all of that stuff that's happened on the floor, and with all the stuff that's happened behind the scenes, and trust me, there has been a lot. This team still won 45 games. So in terms of that, in the McCain thing, the trade deadline thing, in terms of all of the things that this team has dealt with this season, they were able to win 45 games, and I actually think that that's pretty good. But then you look at the fact that, the best player, again, has gone through real availability issues. And obviously the Paul George signing continues to look dubious. We'll see what happens next year and the year after, the tail end of the contract. So it's a pretty convoluted answer. On one hand, you have what should be considered a pretty good season, but on the other hand, you have what are the continuations of issues that have been going on for the last 2 to 3 years.
Tony, what's the number one thing you'll be watching for in the playoff series? Number one thing.
Are we saying that they're going to get to the playoffs?
Yeah, I'm saying they get to the playoffs. They get to a playoff series. What would be the number one thing you'd be watching for?
I'd watch how competitive they are. Because I think that there's going to be a difference in how the powers that be look at this season a little bit. If say the Sixers, match up with Boston and they get swept, or they get gentlemen swept, or as opposed to this series being a close 6-game series like the Knicks series was a couple of years ago, or even a 7-game series, or even, God forbid, they actually win the series. I still think that the Sixers have, the top end talent in Maxey and Paul George to compete with either Boston or Detroit. They just need some guys to come along for the ride. I'll be looking at VJ Edgecombe in terms of, how he reacts to playoff defense and how he reacts to playing in the postseason for the first time in his career. Just for context, Con Knippel and Charlotte didn't handle it well last night. So I'll be looking at VJ Edgecombe to see, how he handles that jump in physicality and that jump in intensity and the jump in terms of, how bright the lights are. So those are some of the things I'll be watching.
All right, one last thing for you, Tony. One of the unfortunate stories of this season was, the aftermath of the Jared McCain trade. And part of the reason why he did it was because you had Quentin Grimes. I'm curious, Grimes definitely a Sixer moving forward? Because part of the trade was we have Quentin Grimes, but he's on the last year of his deal because of the qualifying offer that they signed to earlier this year. And if Daryl Morey's not around here, what does that mean for Quentin Grimes?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that Grimes is definitely going to be a Sixer going forward. I don't think that's something that should be etched in stone. Number one, because Grimes, Quentin's going to be an unrestricted free agent. And, number two, there's a cap on what kind of role that the Sixers can offer. We know what the backcourt is going to be. It's going to be Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe. So it's not as if the Sixers can go to Austin Brown, who's, his agent for CAA, and say, hey, Austin, bring Quentin back. We're going to pay him, and we're going to start him. It's just not going to be. They can pay him, but they're definitely not going to be able to start him. So, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of role for him is on the market. You look at a team. I'm just throwing a team out there. You look at a team like the Utah Jazz, depending on what happens to them in the draft, what happens to them in the lottery, if they're not able to get, an AJ DeBanso or say a Darren Peterson, they're going to have a wide open shooting guard spot. So, maybe the Jazz step up and offer Quentin a starting spot at the 2 guard. And that's going to be hard. That kind of role is going to be hard for the Sixers to compete with and to beat. So, we're going to have to see what the market dictates. We're going to have to see, what happens to the Sixers around draft time, what happens with their draft picks and what they do in the first round, whether they keep the pick or whether they trade the pick and kind of what happens going into free agency. So I will think that there's still a lot to be sorted out in terms of Quentin.
All right. Thanks for the time, Tony.
Thanks, Tom.
It's been great talking to you all season long. Hopefully we can talk to you more throughout the playoffs. If not, we'll have you on and we'll talk about the end of another disappointing end to the Sixers. Thanks, Tony.
Absolutely. I appreciate you guys as always.
You're the man. Welcome back home. It was great to have you all here. There he is, our man Tony Jones, back in Philadelphia. By the way, the Houston Rockets pick that the Sixers got via the trade officially, now that the season is over, 23rd overall.
23rd.
So
Eagles and Sixers 23rd?
Yes.
Let's have 2 winners, yeah?
Yeah. It's my birthday.
So the 23rd overall pick that you had to get. 23rd overall pick.
23 is a good basketball number.
So
what was Maxey? 22?
21. He was 21. And McCain was
And
19.
Maxey never should have been 21.
No, he shouldn't have been. look, the McCain trade, it's over. It's done with. But if Quentin Grimes isn't back, it's a big miss.
Well, if it's somebody new, then it's not a big miss. It is, but it isn't, right? If they move on from Daryl Morey, move on from Nick Nurse, new regime comes in, I can't fault them. I can't tie them to Quentin Grimes. If they're like, I disagree with what Morey did, you're now not locked into it because of the previous. That would be a mistake for them to stick to that just for the optics.
Oh,
of
yeah. No, they
trade
should not. If they don't love Quentin Grimes, they should not sign him just to be like, oh, we have to because we traded Jared, so we got to do this.
Yeah.
I hope they don't do that. We'll see. Maybe Quentin Grimes goes out there and balls in the playoffs. And you go, all right, great.
And OKC gets the Sixers at 18. The OKC pick that the Sixers pick is 18.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, so 18. Yeah. So that's that one. So that'll be the 18.
Unless they don't make the play-in. Don't make the playoffs. And then they're in the lottery. And then Then you have fingers crossed.
We'll see what happens.
Get a top 4 pick.
Let's see.
All right, what do we have on the text line? Davis on the text line. Feel the Davis difference. Check him out in Burlington, 610-632-0975.
All right, we have another person checking in on the Sixers conversation, and they want in on the potential tickets tonight. So they say,
okay,
I will bring all of the energy tonight. Sadly, I had to put my fur baby down earlier this week. I don't want to be in the house every time I'm in the house. It makes me think about that. I'm a big Sixers fan, and I can bring the excitement. I'll be excited to get out and go to the game.
How do I say no to that?
Yeah, that's a tough one to say no
terrible.
to. Xavier, I'm sorry. How do I say no to, like, dude, I have my dog. I have my cat.
It's so sad.
They say they want to take their pain, turn it into a passion tonight for the Sixers.
How do I say no to that?
Is that our winner right there? It sounds like our winner right there.
That pulls at the
Well, I don't want to do the whole unless somebody had a worse death.
Well,
no.
Oh my gosh!
I'm just saying
that pulls at the heartstring.
I say we call that the tickets. We'll get their information.
Hold on, it's only $9.19, man. You know.
Don't.
Oh gosh.
Don't.
I don't know. We'll see.
Man, that's
okay. That's the leader of the clubhouse.
Then you're going to have somebody come up with another story that they're going to say, okay, they're trying to outdo that story.
Maybe. But that's the leader.
I don't really want people doing that.
Yeah, I don't want
just
people
give that
doing
person
that
the
either.
tickets.
Come on,
he's just
Andrew.
the leader in the clubhouse.
Andrew, come on now. Come on, that just tugged at my heartstrings.
Yeah, I know. All right, what else we got that doesn't include dead pets?
Man.
All right, we also have a check-in here. This texter, Gina from Southwest Florida, says, I can't with the Sixers. You know the saying, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. To cheer them on is to say the process was good, the Embiid extension was good, etc. There comes a time when you just have to say enough.
Well, no, you're cheering them on because it's the Sixers. I'm rooting for them to win tonight. I'm just not face paint. I'm not being the Philly sports guy. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't even wear a Sixers shirt today.
Well, but the thing is that you don't take the argument to the extreme. A T-shirt is all we're asking.
Maybe I'll put it on before
a Sixers hat is all we're asking. And don't say you'll put it on later because you usually will wear your stuff. It's a game day. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's not a lot to ask for you and Rodman.
I was all flyered up.
It's not asked for you and Rodman to literally take 2 minutes of time to embrace today, to embrace it. And Rodman using the stupid haircut excuse.
Also, Andrew, you're Mr. Other teams do not affect how I view other teams.
Yes.
So you can't use the whole, I was fired up. I'm so excited about that.
Yes.
They got to win in their in game tonight, man.
Come on. We got to be in there.
Yes. And the Sixers have beaten me down year in and year out.
Because of your own abuse to yourself.
Hell yeah, man.
That you cosplayed for.
Coming up next, let's talk more about the Sixers.
You did. You cosplayed.
Can Paul George start to change the narrative tonight? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Love my friends at Dan White & Associates. And when you've been in business for around 40 years, that means you're doing something right. And when you're giving people advice about their money, you better be doing something right if you want to stay in business that long. Look, younger clients come to them. They want to learn about financial planning. They want to learn about paying for a college education, buying that new house. They want to learn about setting budgets. People more along down the road like me want to know if they can have their retirement plan stress tested. Is everything on track? Are they going to find certainty in their financial future? Am I going to have enough money to do all the golfing and vacationing I want to do? Finances and retirement can be an overwhelming topic. You can attend one of their educational seminars in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland. You can be a passive listener, hear what they have to say, learn a little bit more about this great company, and then say, you know what? I want to have my own complimentary no-risk consultation, a private conversation. Because I promise you, the first conversation begets a second, begets a third, and then peace of mind. Check out danwhiteandassociates.com and tell them John Kincade sent you.
Now, on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Sixers looking to play their way in. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Sixers get their first chance at making the playoffs tonight as they get set to take on the Orlando Magic in the play-in Game 7, 8th seeded. Tip-off is at 7:30 p.m. at the Xfinity Mobile Arena, and you can hear that game live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. If the Sixers do win, it'll be a matchup with the Boston Celtics in the first round. The Charlotte Hornets took down the Heat in overtime last night in the 10-9 game, so if the Sixers lose, they get one more chance, a winner-go-home Friday night game against Charlotte. Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni met with the media yesterday to preview the NFL draft. Howie was given another chance to talk about A.J. Brown.
The odds are that I'm answering this question any different than I answered anywhere else. Like, really? Like, do you think that's like 50%? Do you think that's 75%?
I feel like I needed to ask.
A.J. Brown's an Eagle.
Factual statement at this point. With the draft just a little over a week away, we'll keep an eye on it closely, what the Eagles are going to do. Flyers finished their regular season with a 4-2 win over the Canadiens last night. Now it's time to gear up for Pittsburgh and the playoffs this weekend. Phillies lost to the Cubs 10-4 last night. Bullpen allowed 6 earned runs. A rough night for the relievers. Game 3 is tonight at 6:40. Jesus Luzardo versus Shota Imanaga in the pitching matchup. This update is brought to you by our friends over at Allstate. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic.
talked about this like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I asked the question, if I said Philadelphia 76er Paul George, your reaction is what? And we didn't really.
He is one of my most disliked. I mean, like brands. Like,
It's just, he's been a guy here. He's played really well since returning from the
He's
suspension.
a guy who doesn't want to be here.
Kind of feels that way.
I think his actions have shown. Doesn't
So-
want to be here.
Does he start to change the narrative tonight? He's got to come through.
I don't think tonight does it. I think Boston is the only level of matchup they could get where he does it. Or Detroit, but it has to be actual playoffs.
But remember what we started saying 2 or 3 weeks ago when the Sixers were still fighting for not just the 6 seed, but maybe even the 5 seed. We were saying, man, look at the way Paul George is playing. You get Embiid, Paul George, and Maxey, dangerous team. And then the appendix, and here we are again.
No, I get you. I think it's, but no, could I believe Paul George could elevate in a big spot? Absolutely. Absolutely he could. I've seen him do it before. Can he sustain it over a 7-game series? I'm not sure.
Right.
But I think he could absolutely, on any given night, could be the Paul George that we say, that's what Daryl Morey saw. That's what Daryl Morey believed in.
Yeah, but just remember 2 years ago when they were in the play-in game? Who was the hero in that game? It was our boy Nick Batum.
Yes.
Yes.
Listen, playing games, we'll hold the Nick Batum game as a special place in our hearts.
That's amazing.
But playing games are weird, and they're one-offs for a lot of times. It's not enough to change the narrative in any way.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, John on Twitter says, do the right thing. This is a verified tragedy. Send them to the Sixers game. Remember, we had the texter that had the dog recently pass away. But John sent the Diana Rossini resignation letter.
Oh.
Saying we should send her to the Sixers game. Should we send Diana Rossini to the Sixers game?
I think she might be a little bit caught up.
Mrs. Nurse says no.
Yeah.
Mrs. Nurse says no. Mrs. Morey says no.
All right, now, hold on.
No.
This is an important call.
What?
Xavier's on the line. Remember, Xavier was the leader in the clubhouse until the fur baby.
Right.
Xavier, what's up, man? Newtown Square.
Hey, man, how you guys doing?
Xavier,
I'm doing good,
my
man. How are you?
Xavier, where are you in Newtown
Good.
Square?
Oh, right on Westchester Pike.
Oh, man, that's where I grew up, baby. That's my neighborhood.
Yeah, I love it up there. I just wanted to give a call, man. I'm sorry about the guys passing of the dog. I completely understand that. I just want to give a call and just to talk about it. At the end of the day, I know Salciunas is not that excited about the game tonight. But at the end of the day, when you get into the playoffs, man, you got a chance. Doesn't matter if you're the 1 seed, the 8 seed. I feel like you got a chance to make it. Dirk Nowitzki a couple years ago, or a few years ago, when Dirk Nowitzki was playing and he won the finals, he went against Portland, and Brandon Roy and Marcus Aldridge, and he went against Pau Gasol, and it was just him. He went against OKC, and then he beat LeBron and them in the finals.
Yeah,
and nobody really.
JJ Barea was on that Mavericks team.
Jason Kidd. They didn't have anybody. It was just Dirk. And at the end of the day, we got
Sean Marion. I love that team.
And that's probably one of the greatest final runs I could ever remember. He didn't have a co-star. It was just him. And nobody thought that they were going to win.
Dude, I don't want to kill your excitement. You're talking about Dirk, though. The Sixers don't have their Dirk. Dirk doesn't have an appendix.
We had Tyrese. We had Tyrese, and at the end of the day, listen, Paul George is still a supermax contract player. I think at the end of the day, he came back from the 25-game suspension, had average 25 points and stuff like that. And we could get that. We get Tyrese. And we get a player or two just come out the bat. VJ, I think people are saying about VJ not coming in and being able to handle. He's handled everything this year.
He's been awesome.
Incredible. He hasn't hit a rookie wall. I don't feel like he has. When the game's in the end of the game or anything like that is a clutch shot, he's willing to take it without a doubt. He doesn't flinch. He has that dog in him. We talk about dogs, he has it in him. Coming to playoffs, I think he's going to step it up even more.
All right. I'm going to put you on hold so that we can get your information. No promises yet. I'm going to put him on hold. He's excited.
He is.
I feel bad for the other guy because he had a pet pass away. This guy's excited. The other guy wants to get out of the house, and I don't blame him. I feel bad.
Well, it's one vote. I
think Sean Rodman has to pick.
Well, we have 2 votes one way. I mean, like,
Sean, do you give it to the Sixers fan that's like truly, truly fired up, wants to go tonight, or the guy that lost the pet?
I don't know if I want this to be my vote. I don't know who to give it to.
If you were to lean, which way are you leaning?
Probably to Xavier. Probably leaning Xavier slightly.
Wow, you don't care about the dog, huh?
I do
well,
care
then
about
that
the
means that we get the vote will then come to Austin Jones.
All right, we'll ask Austin.
There you go.
YouTube. You guys talk to Austin all day. This is a tough one.
It is tough.
All right. I'm looking at that Mavericks roster. I love that team. Peja was on that squad.
Wow.
Tyson Chandler, young 28-year-old. Their starting lineup was almost all in their 30s. Maybe that's the vision that Daryl Morey had. That Mavericks team. All right, coming up next, what does Vegas think of tonight's game? We'll tell you next. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Keep it locked into Now back to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 9:47 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Yes, Connor Thomas is in today. People are wondering where the hell did Rodman come in, because we asked Rodman to pick between Xavier and the guy who lost the dog.
Yeah, I had some quick producing business to do.
Yeah, you produced all right. All right, so here's the deal. I called our promotions director, Eric Simon, who we love. And I was like, Eric, do we have another pair? And he goes, no, sorry, we literally only have the one for the Sixers playing game tonight. And I'm like, dude, what do I do? Like, I have Xavier, who clearly, you could tell just by the call, he wants to go. And then we had the texter earlier, unfortunately, whose dog passed.
Who wants to go?
So here's what we're going to do. When in doubt, you flip a coin. We kept Xavier on hold. Xavier, because you called in, I will let you pick heads or tails, all right?
Ooh.
This is a big.
I'm going to go tails.
You're going to go tails. Connor, your
I'm
thoughts?
going to go tails.
I think that's a good pick.
Yep.
It is tails!
Oh,
it is tails. It is tails. It's a dime. Showing it to the crowd. So, Xavier, you're going to the game, man. Xavier from Newtown Square will be heading to the game tonight. Sixers Magic. You can listen to the game live right here. 7:30 tip-off. Xavier, I'm not bringing the energy, but I know you are. So
I'll bring the energy for both of us.
Don't disappoint tonight, all right?
You might see me on the screen.
Damn right you are.
Don't get any trouble in Newtown Square. I don't want to be told about it.
We'll put Xavier
care,
on hold. And to the guy who lost the pet, we're sorry. It's just literally the flip of the coin. We'll try to help you out another time. I feel bad. I couldn't pick. That's a hard choice to make. Where would you have leaned, Connor?
I would have leaned to the pet. But
all right. Rodman, surprisingly, being that he's a furry, leaned toward Xavier and not the pet.
Yeah, it's a Sophie's choice. I don't know. The coin flip was a great way to get us out of trouble there.
Yeah, exactly. I showed it to the YouTube camera. You could barely see it because it's a dime. But I showed it.
Who flips a dime?
Somebody that can't find a quarter.
Listen, times are tough.
I don't carry change.
Gas is expensive.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, I found one for $3.95 down the street. Oh yeah,
what?
big.
Don't say it on air.
I'm not telling anybody.
Yeah, gatekeep that. Don't gatekeep the flyers.
They lowered it to $3.95. It was $3.99. There's another establishment down the street that had it in the $4s, and they were doing the whole, well, if we keep it at $3.99, maybe we'll get some more people. They dropped it to $3.95.
Really?
Oh yeah, exciting time.
Really exciting.
All right, Sixers game tonight. The Sixers are 2.5-point favorites. I believe they win tonight. All right. Oh, it's down to 2. The Sixers are 2-point favorites. I literally checked going into the break. It was 2.5.
Are you shocked they're favorites?
2. No, they should beat the Orlando Magic. They have all-star starter Tyrese Maxey, max contract player who's been playing well. To be as fair as possible, Paul George, who has been playing very well since the suspension and has the fresh legs. VJ Edgecombe, who won't win Rookie of the Year, but damn should he get recognition for it. Joel Embiid is the best player, both teams, and unfortunately will not be playing. But the Orlando Magic, they've had an up-and-down season all year long. Desmond Bane, when we were on the air the next day after that trade happened, I laughed. I have no idea what the hell the Orlando Magic were doing. Desmond Bane's a nice player. They traded a king's ransom to get him. I thought that was so stupid. It's, the Sixers are the better team. So I'm not, and they're at home. I'm not surprised. 2-point favorites.
I just think it's a strange line to me.
What are you thinking?
I hope we're not talking about a game on Friday. I hope we're not, especially with that team. Because as Amy pointed out yesterday, who's covering who?
Yeah.
In that one. I'm hoping tonight takes care of business. I'm looking forward to it. And I am. I'm looking forward to the game tonight.
By the way, Tyrese Maxey, if you want to bet him to score 40,
okay,
you might have to. Plus 560.
That's not bad.
To score 40 points?
Huh.
That's a lot of points, but they might need him to.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's almost worth a flyer just doing that.
His over-under is 29.5. So that means just say 10 more points.
I'm trying to think of the path to victory points-wise. So you're going to need to get 30-plus from Tyrese. That's non-negotiable. You're going to need to get, 25 out of Paul George?
His over-under's 21.5.
And then VJ, I'd like to see in the 20s.
He's at 16.5. You're going to need a guy like Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre's over-under's 13.5. You're going to need him to have like a 15 to 17-point night.
And then someone off the bench is going to have to get you 12+. Somebody.
Who? Quentin Grimes,
I guess. Justin Edwards can have kind of those heat check games.
Could. If Nick Nurse plays him.
Yeah, which the question is, how tight is the rotation going to get? Now
well, you're playing this game like it's Game 7.
Yeah.
Well, it is Game 7.
Kind of. You lose,
sort of.
you have
Tomorrow,
another chance.
Tomorrow night is. Yes.
But this is kind of a Game 7. You know, the last couple of games Justin Edwards has played.
Okay.
But 23 minutes against Milwaukee, that's when, the season was pretty much over. 16 against Indiana, 13 against Houston, 5 against the Spurs, 10 against Detroit. So he's like kind of in, kind of out some nights. I don't know who it's going to be, man.
Yeah, he's straddling a fence.
But the Sixers are the favorites. I like them. I will take them to cover the 2 points tonight.
Well, that's good. Then we can talk about playoff series beginning this weekend for the Flyers and the Sixers.
Yeah. And
That'd
that's
be great.
All I've been asking for since like January.
That would be fun.
Give me both. I would like to see a week to 2 weeks of both teams playing.
That would be awesome. As long as they give us a product that's worth being excited about.
You have a feel on the game tonight, Connor?
I do feel good about the Sixers. I think they are, when you put it on paper, it's not like the Magic have a great postseason track record or anything like that. It's not like they have these veteran guys that are super experienced. Bane has some postseason experience from Memphis, like 1 year, I want to say. But you kind of got to count on. You've got a guy on your team.
You guys are the ones crushing me all day. You've been crushing me. That I'm not excited. I'm telling you, they're going to win, and
I'm getting to a point. I'm not excited because I think they're going to win the finals. I'm excited because they have an opportunity to continue their season. But you have a guy on your team that has gone by playoff P in the past. Right. Paul George, I think, is the big difference maker in this game. If you get 15-point Paul George, you're playing Friday night. If you get 30-point Paul George, you're playing the Celtics.
Sixers by 13.
By 13. That's a blowout.
Sixers by 13?
You were saying the line's fishy. And
yes, the line is fishy, but I don't know what fishy about it. It's fishy because they're telling you it's Sixers by 13.
All right. That Desmond Bane trade, by the way, he's a good player, right? 4 first-round picks, a pick swap.
God, that's so dumb.
Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, veteran, and Cole Anthony, who's decent little player.
That's incredible.
For Desmond Bane.
That set that franchise back.
I didn't get it at all at the time, and, they are a playing team.
Sixers by 13.
I like it. Luzardo bounce back tonight? They need it.
He's pitching like a real pro.
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Sure.
Strikes out 8.
Yeah, it helps.
Bills win by 2.
How many does he give up?
Is it 2-0, or does he give up 5? And
Might have
win?
to be 2-0 with this offense.
Because he struck out 8 in his last start and gave up 5.
He gave up 5, yes. Could we just have Jesus?
I still don't have a read on what this team is day to day.
That's great. All right, coming up next, Middays with Marks. Don't forget, right at the top of the hour, right at the start of the show, your chance to win $1,000 thanks to Dr. Avi Donapel. Back at it tomorrow morning on a Thursday. Andrew DeCecco in for 2 hours, 1 week from the draft, and hopefully celebrating the Sixers making the playoffs. We'll talk to you then.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatics.